Good morning. It is 9:02, and I am going to call our budget workshop meeting to order. With that, I am going to ask that Rich Dean lead us in our invocation, and then after that, we will do our pledges, and then it will be turned over to Jeff. Rich.
Dear Heavenly Father, we pray that you give us wisdom today as we look into the city's issues and problems and strengths and weaknesses, and help us to honor and glorify you in all the decisions we make and how we speak to each other. Let us be an encouragement to each other and to the citizens of McLendon-Chisholm. We thank you for this time that we can gather together in a free society. And it's in Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Jeff.
Thank you, Mayor. So the purpose of today, obviously, is to kind of kick off the budget. What we're looking for is everybody's kind of input on what they see as their vision and goals, specifically for the next year, but also some longer-term thoughts, because there are some things that we know we have to plan out more than a year in advance, right? So I'd like to start off with just introductions. Since we've got a new council member with us today. And just so that everybody knows, if we can go around the room. Jeff White, Finance Director.
Don Goodman, Council Place 1.
Brian McNeil, Mayor.
Bev Stibbins, City Manager.
Jared Ruhr, Council Member.
Angela Jennings, City Secretary.
John Powers, Council Person, Place 5.
Rich Dean, Place 6.
Awesome. And as a reminder, we are streaming this. This is a public meeting. If anyone is to come in, they can. It's a workshop, so they can't necessarily talk to us, but they can come in and listen, and it is streaming online, so please use your microphones to make sure that you can be heard. So we're going to have Hala start off with talking about kind of council's role, but unfortunately he was unable to make it since with it not being a scheduled meeting on the regular schedule. But for the council members, one of the things in your stack of documents here is the charter. If you will take that and open it up to 8.07, which is a little over halfway through the document. So just wanted to read the part in the charter about the annual budget, so that you're aware specifically with the new charter of kind of what the responsibility of council is. So it shall be the duty of the city manager to submit an annual budget not later than 60 days prior to the end of the current fiscal year to the council for its review, consideration, and revision. The council shall call a public hearing or hearings on the budget. The council may adopt a budget with or without amendments. The council may increase or decrease amounts or programs and may delete any programs or amounts except expenditures required by law or for a debt service, provided that no amendment shall increase the authorized expenditures to an amount greater than the total of the estimated income for the current fiscal year plus funds available from prior years. At the close of each fiscal year, the unencumbered balance of each appropriation shall revert to the fund from which it was appropriated and shall be subject to future appropriations, but appropriations may be made in furtherance of improvements or other objects of work of the city that will not be completed within the current year. It's a mouthful, especially saying appropriations over and over there in the middle. So the big thing is we've got to have a budget to council at least 60 days prior to the end of the fiscal year. So that means that by basically August 1st, we've got to have a proposed budget. When we get to the calendar a little bit later in the meeting, you'll realize that it's pretty much impossible for us to not have a budget at that point and have any chance at approving it in time. So that date isn't going to really come into play. We will propose a budget to you. We will have a public hearing, obviously, so that the public can make any comments that they have. We may do another meeting like this. We may do some one-on-one conversations, just kind of depending on how it goes and what kind of questions or changes anybody has. Anything we don't spend by the end of the year just goes back into reserve funds, which we can then use in following years. We do have an ordinance, and I should have printed this off, but I didn't. But we have an ordinance that basically says that the city should never have reserve funds that are more than, I believe it's 30 to 40% of the annual budget. Currently, we have an excess. We have more in reserve than that ordinance says that we should. So, a couple of options. We can either use those extra funds to budget more than our expected revenues of the year, basically pull in those reserves, or another option is for council to appropriate those towards roads, public safety, whatever else that y'all might want to. I know in past years we've kind of just left it there. We do have an ordinance that says that we should do it, so we probably should do it or change that ordinance, one or the other, so that we're following our ordinances. But just want to kind of start off throwing all that out there. Anybody have any questions about what your role is on council? Because I know we've got a few new that this is the first budget session.
Why don't you give like a small tutorial for, by small, like just very brief on what their role is? Maybe it will answer a question that they don't want to ask, but just make sure we all are on the same page, give them some sort of tutorial on that.
Yeah, so the big thing and the purpose of this meeting is for me to hear what's important to you guys. I have a general idea, but obviously there's going to be some things that either maybe we haven't had individual conversations with or things that you've been thinking about that haven't been said on the dais. So the goal is to find out what's important to you, what you want to see in the budget in terms of visionary things, not talking about how many pencils do you think we should buy or anything of that nature. We're not looking at that level of detail. It's really the visionary things. So do you want to see if we can get, whether it's an additional employees, new departments, focus on, I know roads have obviously been a big conversation, so what some thoughts are around roads, ideas, and then my goal is to get as many of those things in the budget as possible, while still using, obviously we've got the funds that we takes just to run the day-to-day of City Hall and things around the city, but then anything above and beyond that, I want to get as many of your goals into that budget as possible. So even if it's kind of an out there idea, I promise you, we've heard some out there ideas. So even if you think it's kind of far out or maybe it's a couple years down the road, if we know it, we can start planning on how we can get there, even if it's not necessarily something that's this year. So don't just think about the next year. Think about, your term on council or even beyond that, over the next 3 to 5 years, if you want to kind of talk about that far out, because there are plenty of things in the city that take years for us to really be able to get to the point of doing it. So if you look at, yes, do you have a question?
Just real quick, is this all information that can only be released like today to us? Is there? I just in the future it would be really. I would have loved to like had some time to go through this, and I'm not putting that on. I just this seems like I mean it's really good information. Maybe like next year or something in the future, if we could get this a little earlier, that would be awesome.
Yeah, of course.
Councilperson Towery, these are shared quarterly with council, so they are always public record. So they are on the past meeting minutes and things. You guys just haven't got to that point to get one. But yes, they are shared with you throughout the year and always can be requested by one of yourselves.
Typically, we get the monthly budget update around the third week of the month. We try to put it on the next meeting when possible, just depending on when it comes in. So sometimes it's available the last meeting of the month. Sometimes it's not until the next month before it's available. It just depends on the date that we have to post the meeting, the meeting on the fourth Tuesday. But yes, this stuff will be in your packet roughly every month with these updates. So, and what he's referring to is the financials, which is in your stack of papers. And I did want to kind of go over that just so you guys can see some of the things, some of the line items in our budget, and kind of where our revenue comes from, what some of our biggest expenses are. So if you'll start at the beginning, revenues come first. So the first column is the most recent month that we have. So this is April's financials. We haven't received May's yet. The second column is so far fiscal year to date through the close of that month. Third column is what we actually budgeted. And then the fourth column is just putting it into a percentage instead of a dollar amount. And then the right side, after that solid black line, that's all comparing to last year. Just so you can kind of see, because there are some expenditures that are front-loaded at the beginning of the year, and then we have some that are kind of spaced pretty evenly over the course of the year. So just shows you where we are in comparison to where we were at that same time frame the previous year. So if you look at our revenues, if you look at what we budgeted, line 304, which is permit and inspection revenue, that's all the inspections, building permits, inspections, plan reviews, all those things, so all the things that go with development. So that was our largest budgeted category for this past year. And if you'll look, we're already 86% to budget through through April. So through April, that's 58% of our fiscal year. So anything that's above 58, we're ahead of schedule. Anything that's below 58, we're behind schedule in terms of revenues. So other big categories, property taxes at $735,000, and then trash and recycling at $680,000. There's obviously a direct expense that kind of takes those funds away, so it looks like a big amount, but we spend that much on it as well. And then sales tax revenue at $525,000. So those are kind of our big categories. If you take out the trash service, which is a pass-through, building revenue, development revenue, sales tax, and property taxes are our three biggest categories. So those are the biggest ways that we get revenue for the city. If you move down to the expenditures, and these first couple pages are all the general fund. We have 5 funds in the city. We have general fund, public safety, utilities, debt service, and we have a capital improvement fund, although there's not a whole lot going on in there at this time. So general fund, big expenses, contracted services. So you can see here we budgeted about $1 million for contractors. So that is engineering, that is inspections, that is planning, any contractors that we have. So health inspections, all of those. So we budgeted about $1 million. We're right on track for that this year at 59% through April. And then you get into operating expenses. Employee costs for general fund would just be staff. It would not include public safety. Yes, sir.
On the contracted services?
Yes, sir.
We're at 59%. Will that now probably come down some with one of the changes in the contract?
Most likely it will with the update to the city planner contract that we just made. So that should help us stay under budget there. But those are things like engineering fees, which are kind of, we don't know when those are going to hit necessarily. That's not a set monthly contract. It depends on development. So some of those still can fluctuate, but we're in a great shape with where we're at right now for sure.
Can you, on 423, the community functions, what all does that incorporate? I noticed we're over.
So community functions is the Easter event, Christmas tree. Is there anything else we've done this year? Memorial Day, yeah, the Memorial Day and Veterans Day stuff. So,
excuse me, can you, when you're talking about each item, can you mention the number?
Yes.
You're going pretty quick. If you just hit the number first, that'd be great.
Yeah, I can do that. Sorry, I'm just trying to kind of skim over to give you a general idea here. And then with specifically to the community functions, which is 423, so we are over. There is, if you go to the revenue, the Spring Fest, which is the very first line, 301 on page 1. Those were donations that we got specifically for the Easter event, so that offsets the majority of that overage that we have there. So it just gets put in a revenue category instead of in that expense category. So the 500 series is all of our facility expenses. So that's electricity, water, gas, any maintenance that we have around here, lawn, phones, all that good stuff. So we are a little bit over budget on that. We've had a couple maintenance things this year that have popped up that have been a little bit more than than expected. Obviously, every year the building gets older, there's more likely to have issues, so that's one that we inherently increase a little bit every year. 600 series is going to be general administrative, so that's a lot of our employee costs, so that's the 600 series. So you'll see employee cost for the general fund includes all of staff, not counting public safety. So that is roughly budgeted $725,000. That's line 606. That includes salaries, overtime, health reimbursement accounts, insurance, dental, payroll, taxes, all the things that go to just the payroll side of things.
And just the reason this line is over budget at this point is because of the PTO payout and the contract payout we had to do for the prior city administrator.
Yep.
Conrad's package?
Yes.
Sorry, can I say that?
Yep. It's public record.
I'm assuming the printed materials is from the, sending out all the,
It's the home rule.
yeah, okay.
We did not account for that properly at budget time last year. Yes, we did not account for that properly at the budget last year, for sure. But yes. Yep. And then that also office supplies, printer paper was part of that as well for the packets there. So it's one of the things that's pushing that line item over, which is 622. So next page. Let's see. Everything there really is in pretty good shape. Legal and professional, we're on track to be under budget, which is great. Even with, we kind of accounted for some potential legal fees this year with what was going on during the budget season last year. So it looks like we're on track to be under budget there. Training is a little bit, is pushing over budget, but there's not a whole lot more training the rest of the fiscal year. So we should be pretty close there. And then you get into transfers, so 900 and 901, so that's transfers in and out. So some of that is moving money. Transfers out is going to be money going to public safety. Transfers in, typically it's public safety. Money transfers in could be money coming in from utility account from one of the other funds, essentially. Because obviously most of the revenue comes into the general fund and then we send it elsewhere for the most part. So then you get into debt service fund on the next page. So this is the only debt the city has is for this building. So we've got about, if I remember right, we've got about 10 years left on that. We owe about $1 million. So that is paid for by property taxes. That's one of the things that it mentioned in the charter. Under no circumstance can we reduce the budget enough to not pay the debt service, obviously. So not a specific line, just kind of talking in general. But it's on page 4. It says statement of revenues and expenses, debt service fund at the top. So debt service comes straight out of property taxes. We know exactly what the principal and interest payments are. We've got the amortization schedule. So it should be your 4th page. It's got debt service fund near the top. So I haven't talked about a specific line item, if that's what you're looking for. But the revenue, so when we get our property tax, we automatically allocate part of it to the debt service fund to pay the debt service. So we budgeted $111,000. We actually have received $124,000 for the property tax that went into the debt service fund. So that could be people that were behind on paying their property taxes and such that came in. So the way that works is that automatically gets applied towards our tax rate for the next year to reduce the debt service amount. So anything that we get over what we budgeted actually essentially rolls into the next year with the way CAD does the taxes.
Question.
Yes, sir.
On page 1, the ad valorem tax, is that in addition to this, or is this a subset of the first page?
It is the two basically breakouts of the property tax. So part of it goes into the general fund, which is what helps fund City Hall operations, but we have to pull out what's called interest and sinking, or the debt service portion.
Understood.
So they're separated when they come into us from the county.
Okay. So the addition is the total revenue.
Correct.
That we receive from
If you put them together, that's the total amount of property taxes we get. Yes, sir. Not a whole lot of expenses there other than just the interest expense, which is line 660. So you can see this year we're going to pay about $50,000 of interest on that loan. So we make 2 payments a year. They're due, if I remember right, it's February 15th and August 15th. So one in the fall, one in the spring. And that is all pre-planned out in the amortization schedule that we have for that bond. Did you have a question, sir?
How much do we owe on this building currently?
It's right around $1 million. I think it's just over $1 million. Jerry, you look like you know, and we've talked about it.
Yeah. So look, if you include the principal that I calculated was about 1.2, and then the interest left to pay over the next 10 years is $257,000. That's what I roughly.
Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah, from what I remember. But I do have that amortization schedule. If you would like it, I can provide it to you, and you can see it shows every interest payment, every principal payment for the entire loan, if you will. Can I get that? Yep, absolutely. Any other questions there on debt service? Then the next fund is the Public Safety Fund. So this is revenues that we get from the county for public safety. We get, and then I flipped a page. Hold on. Yeah, so we got some grants. I believe those were the from the storm. Some of that was, so we got some of those. So we still have some more that we're waiting on to get from the government there. And then you get into the expenses of the public safety department. So you've got everything from fuel to equipment to contracts that we have with the county for dispatch equipment. Obviously, personnel cost, employee cost, which is 606 on I think the second page of the public safety one. So we budgeted just over $1 million there for their salaries. And then if you go to the next page, the total 606 cost, 1.57 is the total employee cost for the public safety department, as they do have more employees than staff does. And then you've got obviously insurance, basically same line items as on the general fund, just specifically for the public safety department. Next one is the ARPA fund. We have basically closed out the ARPA fund. We have closed out officially with the U.S. government in terms of paperwork that we had to file to appropriate things. We do have a few transactions that haven't occurred yet that will be pulling out kind of the last of that money, but that will probably not exist on the new budget. Hopefully, if we can get the 505, the 550 and 205 sewer thing done before this year ends, which we've been waiting on for a while. And the last one's utility funds, so that's revenue from sewer taps, monthly sewer bills from our residents that are on city sewer services, and then all the expenses that go along with that. And that is it for kind of our current budget and where we're at. Does anybody have any other questions? Again, wasn't really looking to get into the details of it, but I want you to know kind of what things are in the budget as we kind of work through some of the numbers and why a large portion of our budget really is just going towards the operations of the city. So,
yeah, I had a question under the general fund. Could you just kind of talk about the 700? It says capital expenditures, and it has 170,000 to date, and we had a budget of 55. Can you address what that's in reference to?
So our capital expenditure policy is, I believe, anything over $2,500 that has a useful life of over a year. So there are several computers that we purchased this year for new hires that were not necessarily planned for. Honestly, I'll have to go through and see what else is specifically in there. Off the top of my head, I don't remember what's causing that number to be over budget that much, but I can definitely look into that and get back to you.
Is it some of the road repair?
It could be some. It could be road repair.
I think it is.
That would make sense.
That's kind of what.
It is 700 on the third page. Capital expenditures. I will make sure that and get that back to you, though.
Would that have also been the trash pickup?
No, because that's not a useful life of, there's no useful life. That's it. That shouldn't be it.
Jeff, what's can you explain 699 above the expense account? What is that the?
So that is, basically there's a mayor expense account and there's a city administrator expense account. So it's basically for things that are not necessarily budgeted for, but things that may come up. So it could be, trying to think of if we get, no, not necessarily travel, which we are going to add a travel line in the budget this year. There wasn't one previously, but we will, obviously we've seen the importance of city leaders getting down and talking to legislators this year. If you've read any of the post-legislative session comments, basically city leaders going down and getting in front of legislators greatly affected positive things for cities this year. So we've seen the importance of that. So that is something that we will be adding a travel budget item specifically for that type of stuff in the future.
And the expense account is for things like if the mayor needs to get a group of people together and provide refreshments or take someone to a meal or, just anything along those lines where we feel he needs some extra funds.
One thing we did put into place with the city manager on that is within certain reason, I'll get with her every time. That way, going forward, she knows, yeah, okay, not okay. And then that way it just gives us another checks and balance, so it's just not being a free-for-all.
Any other questions before we kind of move on to the next part? All right. So the next thing is each of you elected officials having an opportunity to talk about what your vision is for the city, what your goals are, things that are important to you. So I'm just going to kind of take notes on that. And then, like I said, the goal will be to find out what the majority of you, what's important to you, and then rolling into trying to get as much of that in the budget as we can once we get through all the operational kind of must-haves in the budget. So, Mr. Goodwin, you mind starting us off?
Yeah, I'm a little confused because I think some of the things I want to do, I view them as very low cost or more administrative. So I'm just going to kind of throw out things that are important.
That's perfect. That's what I'm looking for is what's important to you, what you think we need to be focused on, regardless of the cost.
So I want to look at updating the investment and finance policy, number one. Creating a park board, park trails board. Doing some type of boilerplate for the developer agreement, so we're a little more prepared and have our kind of what we want rather than developers just dictating what they want to us. Roads are kind of, I think everybody's probably going to mention roads. We hear from the community every day. And the other one that I don't hear from the community, but when I do talk to the community, jaws fall to the ground, is we need to find an EMS solution. I was at a meeting on Thursday, and I brought this up to somebody, and I thought there was somebody that was paying attention to the city, and their jaw hit the floor, so we really need to find an EMS solution. Parks and Trails.
And what was the last one?
EMS solution.
So I've got update investment policy, Parks and Trails Board, boilerplate developer agreement, roads, and EMS.
Yeah, and those are not in order of importance. I think they're all kind of equally important. The last two I feel like are going to be kind of gone over by a few others today too.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Towery, you want to take it next?
Yeah, nothing really new aside from him other than, EMS, roads, were going to be my two, I think those are two huge items, so I wouldn't really add much more to that on my end, so, yeah.
All right, thank you. Mr. Brewer?
So a couple things. One thing is I am a no-debt fanatic. And so I would, if we have the excess reserves, I would like to pay off the debt on this building. And that way we could save about $250,000 in interest over 10 years. The other thing is maybe consider, I don't know about creating a whole department in the city, but I do think having a dedicated roads person, I think Mark does the best he can, but he's a jack of all trades. And I think having a dedicated roads person, whether they're part of it's contracting out, they're the contracting rep for others, I think just having that person focus just on the roads is important. Because I think it's important when somebody calls City Hall, they can call Mr. or Miss so-and-so to talk about their road issue. The other thing is, we've spent the money on the Heritage Center stuff, and I think while we don't have $39 million to give everything that they offered, I think we can just start maybe set up a fund where if we can get grants to start feeding into that fund and start building up that so that when we do decide to pull the plug or take it to the voters, maybe the amount isn't as high as what was initially projected. And obviously we have to have some discussions about what we want to see early on with that Heritage Center. I don't think an amphitheater or performance arts theaters reality, but things like that. I think on the public safety side, I know the mayor and I have met with, and Ms. Sibbons have met with the sheriff's office to talk about maybe having a deputy, an extra deputy assigned just to McLendon-Chisholm. We're still working through some of the numbers on that, but it was going to be the first year like 300,000-ish, and then it goes down the next year because the 300,000 incorporates equipment cost and that kind of thing. But we were talking about maybe just one to try it out, see how it works. But they would be working tentatively. We're looking like 4-10 schedule, so it'd be 4 days out of the week. It wouldn't take away from the fact that there would still be other county deputies in the area, but we would have one just tied to this specific area. So it's an option to look at and maybe consider in the budget. And then I do think I'm growing on the whole EMS thing as well. So I'm interested to hear the numbers on that. Let's see. And then, of course, having a well-funded street budget. Last year, it went from, 2 years ago, it was 300,000, and then it dropped 55,000 or 50,000. Obviously, that's not adequate. So I'm thinking mid-six figures at minimum, because we're going to have a bunch of needs. And if we can get away without having to take a bond to the people, then let's try to do it. Ongoing maintenance kind of minimizes the need for big projects, and that's what I'd like to see. Thanks.
Yes.
My coffee's just out kicking in. Can I please add one thing? I would like to just talk about it, the inspections department. I'd like to see from the numbers that I see compared to, I'd like to find out how many inspections are running a year. Is it too much or enough for one inspector, two inspector? What do those numbers look like? I would just like to know, in my opinion, if we have an inspector that works for the city, that has skin in the game, that's looking out for the city, is always better than third party. But if it doesn't make sense financially, I get it. So,
All right. Add it to the list. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'll add, I had that on my list too. I just missed that.
All right. Mr. Powers?
I can echo a lot of the things that have already been said. Per Councilman Brewer's, Mayor Pro Tem Brewer's comments about paying off this building, I like zero debt as well. And I like low taxes. I think that's pretty common probably with all the people in this room. The people who live in this community, we want low taxes and we want low debt, if not no debt. One thing we would have to look at, if we're looking at paying $250,000 in interest over 10 years versus paying this building off to the tune of $1 million, we would have to look at that and see if the $1 million couldn't be used better now for something that we need at the risk, at the cost of that $250,000 in interest, if I understood that number correctly. So I share his sentiment on that. That would be my first impulse too, to eliminate this debt, but we'll have to balance that with whatever our needs are that come out of this meeting and how we can best appropriate that money. As I look at the tax rates here, I know we were all furnished this. McLendon-Chisholm has super low taxes. There are a lot of very ambitious ideas that are put forth about providing for perhaps our own EMS services here in town, a real roads and streets division or department that is going to make sure that we have the best roads and streets that we can possibly have. As Councilman Brewer pointed out and others pointed out, it's going to take money. And so as we start looking at these things, there is going to come a point where we have to address the elephant in the room of the low taxes. And that would be something we have to take to the public and say, you know, if these are the services that you want at this level, this is what it's going to cost. And we can't do it within the confines of the tax rate we're at. And the citizens are going to have to decide that, about what level of services they want versus what we're able to pay for through the tax rate and other sources of revenue. Obviously, we have many more sources of revenue than just that, but something for us to consider. The more ambitious we get, trails and parks and everything, that the price tag just goes up as far as I can see. Now, as for my own personal priorities, we're looking far down the road. My top priority is public safety, always has been, always will be, and because that has to be taken care of before anything else is taken into consideration. Obviously, roads and streets have a big impact on public safety, with the ability of our fire services, police services to access certain areas. We know there are some areas in town where it takes forever to travel those roads because of the condition that they're in. So they are related. I am very interested in hearing the fire chief's proposal on us going into the EMS business here, the ambulance business here in town, not for the sake of business, but for the sake of providing the most excellent service that we can for the citizens. Time is of the essence when it comes to providing EMS services. The sooner they get there, the more likely they are to be successful, obviously in the most serious of conditions. If somebody's having a heart attack, time is everything. A child gets pulled out of a swimming pool having drowned, time is everything. The sooner we can get people there. One of the problems we have, I promise not to go into too much detail, but one of the problems that we do have is that we have paramedics across the parking lot from us over here that under the current system are not allowed to use all of their skills. And to me, that's reprehensible. That's an unsustainable, wrong thing. If we have trained people, when they show up to somebody's house, just like when they show up on that fire engine, they're not limited on the tools they can use on the fire engine. They can use any of those tools. When paramedics show up to somebody's house, they ought to be able to use everything that they're trained to use. And I am extremely supportive of that. Chief and I have talked about this. Other people have talked about it. For him to put that in place, my opinion only, I'm only offering my opinion, it's going to take more personnel than he has currently. We're going to need more people. Just my opinion. You may talk you out of that. You may see it differently, but in my opinion, based on my experience in the fire service of almost 30 years, he's going to need more people to do that. He's already got people over there wearing a lot of hats. He's getting a lot out of the people he already has in terms of how he utilizes his staff every day. But that rubber band can only be stretched so far. So I am very supportive of doing that. We are going to need in the future an additional fire station. Fire District 22 is huge. It's almost twice the size of the city boundaries in square mileage, if I have that right. And it doesn't come down to call volume as much as it comes down to response times. Right now, for the fire unit to respond from here to the farthest ends of the district takes about 13 to 15 minutes. And when lives are on the line, your house is on fire, those are unacceptable in the sense that we ought to be working toward reducing those. And that's going to require another fire station down the line as soon as we can afford it. I realize the pie is only so big. Everything's within the ability to pay. But looking forward, I think we're going to be wanting to work toward how are we going to secure property, how are we going to secure the money to build another fire station to provide better service to the public. And that goes back to my earlier statement about what the public is willing to pay in terms of taxes and what other revenue sources we can get to. I've already taken too much time, so I'm just going to hit these very briefly. I'm very supportive of contracting for police services through the Sheriff's Department or another option, if there's another viable option, as our population is going to double here in the next 5 years or so. Call volume is going to go up, and it's time for us to grow up and have dedicated service in town. We're not at the place where we can afford or need our own police department, but I'm very supportive of what's being explored right now and making that happen, finding the revenue to make that happen. One for the city council meeting that's coming up. I'll talk about it then, but thank you for indulging me.
Mr. Dean?
I can't just say ditto. No. I'll give you some of my highlights, and that is, I think with the latest election, and now we have essentially a direct revenue source for roads, I think it behooves us to be really good stewards with that revenue. And I'm not against hiring a guy, person first, part time to be able to look at that and determine what the best bang for our buck is. The last thing I would add is I didn't think it was brought up, but I do think we need to be prepared for the development that is coming our way. And I think one of the best ways was shown in this past session with us going down to Austin and being part of the conversations. I think we need to have that in the budget going forward. So those are my two.
All right, Mayor, I think that leaves us with you as the last elected official.
Thank you. So this is my fourth budget meeting with the city. One of the things that I have noticed is to echo off of Councilmember Powers, we do have a low tax rate. And what we are seeing is we have a lot more needs that are starting to come to the table. So what was good a few years ago it's just not getting us to where we need to be an effective city. To strive for excellence, we can't hit the excellence if we don't have the means to get to the excellence. So I will say this, roads is, for me, the most important thing because of the infrastructure. That is the set bar of our infrastructure. When you look at all the development coming, whether it's commercial or whatnot, roads are paramount. They're going to start taking on more traffic, more load, and what was good, again, 30 years ago for the city of McLendon-Chisholm, it's not good today. And so we have to either, as Mayor Pro Tem Brewer said, we're either going to have to look at doing a bond, take it, either it's a CO bond, a GO bond, however, we're going to have to get to a point where we have roads as a priority, at least in my mind. Next, I would also echo, I'm a huge fan, I've never made it a secret, of fire and EMS and public safety. So for me, if the numbers can match with that need and the manpower concerns and stuff, that is something that definitely needs to be looked into. And I too welcome hearing what the chief or Chief Squared have on the that presentation as well. I want to echo on the public safety side. We are actively talking to the Sheriff's Department, as Mayor Pro Tem Brewer said. We do have a meeting coming up 18th, Wednesday. Since it is with the county, you have to obviously go through the county judge. And so he's going to meet with us with all the same, basically everybody that was at the last meeting, plus the county judge, because it has to have his blessings as well. I did talk to one other neighboring city. It's just not going to work with just the quick conversation that we had. And I have one more with Chief Fowler from Rockwall. But that's just so that we did our due diligence, so no one can say, oh, we just went to the sheriff, because it was the sheriff. We're actively talking to everybody we can and what's going to be the most cost effective. Mayor Pro Tem did say $300,000, I believe. That covered equipment, all the stuff, the vehicle, I mean, everything, the salary. There's so much to it. And then once we have it all, I promise you, you will be the ones getting it next. As a matter of fact, you'll probably have that Thursday of next week after we meet with the judge and we have more lockdown numbers. Y'all will have that pushed out to you Thursday. The ask, as Mayor Pro Tem said, was 300. That is a little high than what was presented to us, but that is also building in a couple of the other things that could hit, just as any budget, the little unknowns that could hit. And that is one deputy, and I believe we did agree on a 410. You have the numbers there? Okay, so let's see. Make sure I touch everything that I can. My last thing, we were very effective as the mayor's group and the commissioners, and we also teamed up with that group. There was individuals that were non-elected, but that were players in the community that were part of those meetings and sessions down in Austin as well. Being that they're not elected, I won't say their names, but it was very impactful to go down to Austin. We were able to directly impact, from what I know, at least 3 bills that would have changed the dynamic of Rockwall County, and certainly would have impacted McLendon-Chisholm, being that we have the most undeveloped land. And then that segues into my last part, training. I believe Councilmember Goodwin has already taken some training online, and y'all are all fixing to be going in July down to TML, I believe. So that's going to be a lot of training. Both myself and Mayor Pro Tem have done that, and it's a lot in 2 days. But there's other things that come up, and it's paramount that we are on top of that game. And even though legislation is done for the 89th legislation, one thing we did learn is when we started those travels down to Austin for the 89th legislation, we started the same day they started day one. We found out early on we were already 18 months behind. So that means while we may not have as much travel in these next 18 months, because they won't meet again for another 18 months unless there's some special sessions, but those would be for things that probably wouldn't impact us. We need to start already preparing for the 90th legislation. And I will tell you that all the cities are doing this same conversation in the county. The only difference is it's probably going to come down. One of the things that we were looking at, I think it's okay to share, we were looking at having somebody be a liaison for us to advocate, and that's the correct word. We cannot go down and lobby for the city. We can advocate. That's still being talked about. It may not be cost effective for us. It may be more cost effective for us to share it as Mayor Pro Tem, Mayor, and council members going down, because, I mean, a carpooling council member and Mayor Pro Tem can be 2 in Austin, and one go talk to the Senate side and one go talk to the House side. So, yeah. So I think travel, for sure, needs to be in there. Training, roads, public safety, and not public safety is always going to be a top priority as well. And that's what I have.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Now for staff, and obviously, oh, yes, sir. Yeah, absolutely.
Mr. Mayor, in your conversations with the sheriff, was there any talk, because obviously if we have a deputy here full-time, they'll be writing citations. Was there any discussion about sharing the revenue from those citations?
It would be solely our revenue, because it would come to the city of McLendon-Chisholm Municipal Court. So what that does do in the budget, if we are going to do this, is you would need to increase the court costs for our judge, our city attorney, and Angela is currently our municipal clerk, so it puts a little more workload on her.
And we do have a very small budget for municipal court because we really haven't had to use it. We do budget something in there. I want to say it's like $1,000 if I remember right. That would obviously go up in this situation. But next, I really wanted the next thing was going to be kind of open it up for any feedback, questions from anything anybody talked about. So thank you for starting that process.
I think that was my question. Is the obvious is there's going to be revenue from that sheriff's officer, and would that become the city, which was just answered, which just opened up another question of, okay, when we start getting into administering these citations, the costs there and kind of the revenue versus cost there. So I'd love to hear some more info about that if we have that.
And in the contract, correct me if I'm wrong, Viv, I apologize. We don't have to bring those tickets into the city immediately. It can stay as is until we have some time to figure it out. We can do, as I like to say, we can be on letter A, start a contract with the sheriff's department or whomever it is going to be, and then work that angle. Because one thing in the meeting, I was immediately wanting, like, how many deputies does it take to have us 24/7? And then I saw the number, and I'm like, how many does it take to not have that, right? So, and I was still pushing for 2 deputies in the conversation. But then the best example I'd heard on a lot of things, and I hear a lot of them, Mayor Pro Tem Brewer's like, just take a bite of the apple first. Taking a bite of the apple would be starting the contract, but we don't have to bring those court costs in. Bev, if you want to echo on that.
The one thing I would caution you on is just from my history in the city, we have talked about this before, about contracting with the sheriff, and one thing we heard from public outcry is we did not want to become Lavon. Now, for y'all that haven't lived here very long, you may not know that Lavon is a speed trap. And you don't want to speed through Lavon because you're going to get a ticket. So that was one thing that we always heard from the public is we want the protection, we want the option, but we want the trap set up. But think back to earlier this year when we put the no commercial vehicles signs up on Via Toscana to try to preserve our roads. Those DOT inspection tickets carry a hefty fine. Hefty fine. So if those in turn would come to us, that's a whole different animal versus a $100 speeding ticket that's going to anger a citizen. Even though they were speeding, I have the heaviest foot in town probably. I'll be the first one stopped. So think about that. Think about what revenue you would like to see from it versus, and we have the call logs from the sheriff. Those are also shared with y'all monthly. You can look to see what kind of calls are down here already before you make your decision.
In traffic on 205 to where I'm sure it's just like years ago when I was a part of building the DPS agency. 6 months was a freebie to the citizens of that city. It's like we're here now. We want to give everybody a chance to acclimate to knowing that you have patrol officers in the area dedicated all the time. And with 205 and 549 and 548, we have a lot of transient traffic here, and I'm sure the deputies, they already know that and they're aware of that. They're not focusing on the citizens of MC, understanding that if you are a citizen doesn't mean you get out of jail free pass. You still got to comply with the laws. But I'm sure the sheriffs, we got great deputies. Maybe we can pick. No, I'm kidding. But we've got some great deputies, and I think they'd be outstanding for this city. And you're right, that it will bring revenue in. Even if you have a municipal court and you do municipal court once a month, you can set it up where you're only having to hit that once a month to be able to bring those citations through here, because it will, over time, start offsetting the costs that we would have to the city or to the sheriff's department. But I think that's a great idea. I think it's the best idea ever when it comes to law enforcement.
I would really like to get that revenue in sooner than later. When I was standing on Via Toscana with the mayor, watching our road fall apart as construction trucks, cement trucks, delivery trucks drove over it, and I watched the road fall apart between, like, right under my eyes. Yeah, I want those commercial tickets, and I want them now. They're destroying our roads now. What can we do to do this now? I don't want to go after citizens. Maybe the citizen that was doing 57, that's kind of ridiculous in a residential, but these commercial guys, those fees, they're damaging our roads, they're damaging our neighborhoods, and that needs to I mean, we have a roads problem.
It is all or nothing. You can't just say go after the commercial violations. That becomes a little bit prejudicial. So I agree with what the chief said. To get the citizens used to it, we could ask for some grace, but you can't instruct the deputy to do one and not the other.
So,
yeah, go ahead.
Real
Go ahead,
quick
Chief.
on this. Neighboring city was brought up. I don't want us to make the mistake that neighboring city got into, to make them a speed trap, because as you go into this, revenue for citations is not something you should calculate. This is not something that's going to be a year over year. This is going to cover, X amount of dollars over the course of a year. You should look at citation revenue as fun money, right? This should be, okay, we busted this line item. All right, we got money from citation revenue. That'll cover that. Don't ever go into it expecting to get $50,000 a year from citation revenue and start calculating that into your budget. Otherwise, you will create an environment that you are a speed trap, that you are going after the no such thing as quotas, but you're going after quotas.
And to echo off of the Mayor Pro Tem, we don't lose coverage. We don't lose coverage. If that deputy is on a house call and something else comes in, they still have, it was 24 and 22, so everything's broken down in sections, and so we are the largest section, obviously. So section 24 has an area of deputy and so on, and so those deputies are right next door to our section. So we would, no matter what, we'll always have deputy coverage. It's not just saying that that's our one deputy, and if there's 9 calls, he's having to work his way to the 9th call. We never lose the coverage at all. Go ahead.
Yeah, just to be clear, echoing what you said, I was going to say that about 4 or 5 comments ago, but the purpose of the citations of issuing citations is to eliminate, if you become known as a place where you're going to get tickets written, people are going to start obeying the traffic laws whether they live in town or they don't live in town. That's the goal, is we want people to slow down and drive safely, not to generate revenue, as you pointed out, ongoing revenue. My only question was, and as far as citizens not liking the idea that there's a speed trap in town, it's an indefensible argument. The law is the law, obey the law. You can't argue that I don't want I want law enforcement in town to enforce other laws, but not my driving habits. So, but again, the key was just, were we going to get that revenue? Would that be included in offsetting? But ideally, we would get no revenue from it because everybody would be obeying the law. That's certainly my greater goal. But I was looking to say, well, if we're going to make, $10,000 a year in traffic tickets, that would offset part of the cost of this, was my point. So, thank you.
When I think, Jerry, you had, Councilmember Brewer, you had mentioned earlier that the first year was heavier because of the equipment. That includes the vehicle, I assume. So that's a big chunk of that. So did they say what it went down to in future years?
Yes, we have that. So in the first year is salary, overtime, administrative costs, emergency vehicle maintenance, weapons, radios, watch guards, service training, MDT in the car, the air card, the net motion license, the vehicle-related equipment. For the estimated cost for the first year for one deputy is $264,712. So we rounded to $300,000 just because of the unknowns. Second year is 150, 287. So not quite in half, but you don't have your initial vehicle cost and so forth going forward. If you would want to look at two deputies a year, year one is 529, 424. Second year is 300, 574. And we have all the way up to 4 if you would like it. No, not with 1 or 2 deputies.
Can you repeat the 2 deputy numbers?
I'm sorry, the 2 deputy numbers?
Yeah.
First year is 529, 424. Second year is 300, 574. To get to 24/7, you would have to go 4 deputies. Are you ready? 4 deputies in the first year is $1,058,848. Second year is $601,148.
Question. So a two-part. One, is there a call volume that we're not meeting or something that's making us want to push in this direction? Are we having low response? Is there an issue? Okay. The second thing is I came from, I was over at Parker for a while, which is very similar to Levon. They have their own police department with not a lot to do, and that ends up, it seemed like it came out on citizens on speed traps. So I feel like, and just because of what I see on the plate, I feel like we should, personally focus on what we're lacking right now. And I totally agree with getting ahead, but I think, like John mentioned, if there is the pie, and I haven't heard of there being an issue response-wise or lack of deputies that I was aware of.
The feedback we get consistently is that, well, I never see them out here. Now, when I worked and I was in Dallas all day long, I didn't see them either, because the sheriff's department agrees with us that we are a bedroom community. So daytime is when there is probably more possibility for break-ins because no one is home and the neighbors are not home. So the outcry that we hear is, I just never see them out here. On the other hand, the sheriff has started to do a really good job of coming through neighborhoods at night with their big lights on, and we hear complaints about, well, they flashed that light into my yard. Well, okay, which way do you want it?
Right.
They've come through my neighborhood with those lights on, and it's a little scary when you first see it, but then it's like, oh, okay, they're doing their job. So it's catch-22. You get citizens that say they never see them, they want a more police presence. You get citizens that say, I don't like that they flash their lights in my yard.
I would like to hear Mayor Pro Tem speak on this, because he is the retired police chief, and he can probably give us the best input of the importance of a deputy, as City Manager Beth said, on the bedroom community, I believe, or sleeping community, or however it's worded. But I can tell you, if you do look at the call logs from the sheriffs, and I don't know if you've seen one yet, being only one council meeting in, roughly. A lot of the stuff that we were getting told is construction theft is starting to come up. Brian's construction company waits for Eric's construction company to leave, and then I get your compressor when you're gone. Those things are coming up. Break-ins, little small theft. So I would love to hear Mayor Pro Tem's thoughts on why this is important.
Yeah, so part of it, and I've looked at the calls, and we asked for actually just a summation sheet as well. So
and I just got it yesterday, so I will get that to everybody.
So just from my looking over it, a lot of the calls are assist calls, like and accidents. Disturbances are kind of a lower amount, and then even property crimes kind of comes in waves, right? What I like about getting the one is there is something to be said about having an officer patrol in your neighborhood. I mean, it's more of the visual than anything else, just to say there's an officer there. And if it could be the same officer, it's not a guarantee that it'll be the same officer, but if it's the same officer, there is the idea of community policing, right? So the officer knows the neighborhoods very well, may know the neighbors, and so if they see a vehicle that doesn't quite match up to what they're used to, then it gets to be more proactive that way. And I think that's what we're striving for. Do I think we need 4 24-hour? No, I don't think we're there. But we also, as was pointed out, we're going to be doubling our population in the next 5 years. We're going to have a lot of construction going on to get there, especially when it comes to copper and that kind of thing. So I think this is being proactive, but I don't think it's over the top proactive. And that's my opinion on it.
Quick question, based on what you just said. If we did one, say we did one, would that be the same person all the time, or it would be whoever's available from?
What we were promised was the body. Okay. My general thought is it would probably be the same person, but they got days off. You know, they go on vacation and that kind of thing. So there could be somebody else slipped in for that. I'm sure there will be somebody who says, I like hanging around in McLendon-Chisholm and just doing that. And so we would be promised a body to answer your question. But I think on the practical side, if you've got an officer that really enjoys being in this area, they're going to keep them in this area.
I went and looked. Angela, if you can give it a few minutes, it will finish printing. But just the call log for the month of May for McLendon-Chisholm is 45 pages long. That's every call, every traffic citation, everything. So 45 pages long. I don't even know if it's finished printing. I was going to print out enough for everybody until I saw it's 45 pages long, so I'm just going to print one, bounce it around, but I'll send it to everybody. So I apologize I didn't get to hear what you had to say, but I was hoping it would only be like one page.
It was fantastic. Yeah. And I would add, too, the other call that stuck out, too, was traffic wrecks, right? Accidents that's going to happen. And I guarantee you, as 205 widens out, we have the construction going on, although the speeds won't be high, there's going to be some accidents that happen invariably because of that.
Yeah, so if we do the one deputy, we only get the revenue from what he writes when he's, or do we get it?
Microphone.
Whatever we work out in the agreement is what I gather.
Okay.
Because
Generally, when you do this, any citation that's written within the city limits after you're under contract, we go to the municipal court and we connect that revenue. But understand, mitigating expectations, generally speaking, your net, the city's net on a citation is usually between 1% and 3%.
Yeah, no, I'm not banking on it. I just was curious if it was.
It's okay with everybody. I'd like to take a short break. Restroom, grab a drink. You can pass that out, and we can jump into any more conversation on this, and then jump into the EMS cost, because I know that's been brought up a lot, and Chief Squared have done some research on that. So do we need to go into an official recess for this? That sounds good.
It is 10:10. We will take a 15-minute recess and be back at 10:25. It is 10:25, and we are back from recess. Back to you, Jeff.
All right, so did anyone, we got some stuff printed off during the break, so some debt stuff, as well as I believe the chief printed off some of their numbers for the EMS conversation. But before we moved into the EMS conversation, does anybody else have anything else on the sheriff deputy questions? Let's come back to that. Yeah, so let's jump into EMS and remind me if I don't remember to come back to that, because I think we're definitely going to have some more road conversation.
Are we currently paying anything for sheriff? Because I do know we have.
No, we do not.
For council meetings.
Oh, for the council meeting only, but not for patrolling.
Okay. Do we necessarily need that anymore?
That's, a lot of cities have an officer at their meeting, just, I'll use the word precaution, or maybe as to tamper what could happen in the audience. Heat costs us $75 an hour. Yeah, so if it's a 2-hour meeting, it's $150. It's not bad money spent, just as a precautionary and kind of a safety feel for y'all sitting at the dais that you may not be physically attacked.
And the shorter the meeting, the less the cost. So just keep that in mind.
I'm relying entirely upon Eddie to defend me. 100%.
One last thing. Didn't we talk that there was another option that instead of buying, that we could like pay a certain amount and we could have deputies, and maybe I just heard it wrong, that were like allocated for this area, but we weren't necessarily purchasing anything? Was that not? So we have to purchase the vehicle, because I thought that was we had.
Whenever you add, you're essentially adding staff. So if the sheriff's office has 50 deputies,
Okay.
64, and we want a person dedicated to this area because they're using those 64 for other things. That's for the 65th, and when you do that, then there's equipment costs, training, all that kind of stuff that has to be taken into account of. Whenever I did budgets, if I wanted to add 20 officers to the department, I had to factor in all those costs in there when I presented the budget, because eventually after training, they need a car, after they need a radio, they need a vest.
Do we pay for the upkeep over time, or is it just like a one-time and then?
Who owns the asset?
The sheriff.
So we're paying for the asset.
And that's actually been brought up before, and that's not a bad thing, because the asset is not really the need or the ask. The ask is the body, the actual deputy. When this was brought up, my first year in council, one of the pushbacks from the past mayor was, well, let's say in 4 years we do evolve and we want our own police department. You're going to want new equipment anyway. That equipment's going to be out and antiquated. Said it right that time. Antiquated, outdated. You're going to need new equipment anyway. I wouldn't want my department, if I'm forming a police department, to bring in used equipment. So and I would probably say, Mayor Pro Tem would say the same thing. If in that situation, that's an okay. That to me is not going to be my factor, at least for me.
And maintenance and fuel is an ongoing cost in here year over year. And it's the same right now, year 1 and year 2.
But it looks like we're buying the county an asset. But we're paying an extra cost for the asset.
The vehicle and related equipment is $90,000 the first year, nothing the second year. Then there's all the equipment that goes in the car, the MTD, the air card for the MDT, the watch guard in the car and body camera system, the mobile radio, the portable radio, weapons. Some of this is only first-year cost versus second-year cost. The insurance, the admin cost at the sheriff's department because they're processing everything for you. The sheriff, one question that I asked specifically was, if you have to take someone to jail, are we charged the jail cost? And they said, no, that is basically in the admin cost. If we get our own police department, you then are paying the county jail every time you have to take somebody to prison on a housing cost.
And they wouldn't be purchasing this vehicle and outfitting it with all the equipment if it weren't for the deputy. So it's a necessary expense on their part to provide what we're
They would not be adding a deputy if we didn't do the contract.
And then that vehicle will be maintained at their yard and at their city yard. And if that vehicle goes down, they would provide a replacement to us. So that's all built into that.
Yeah, and the other factor in this too is the deputy takes a report here, it goes up through their detective system, it's through their report writing system, it's investigated through the county. Also, in terms of liability, if an officer gets into a shooting, the person sues, they're not suing the city of McLendon-Chisholm, they're suing the county.
The car still says Rockwall County Sheriff. It will not say McLendon-Chisholm.
We're off with it.
I'm okay with all of it. It just seems like a nice little bonus that we're buying assets for them. I'm totally behind it.
So generally speaking, annual service life of a frontline patrol vehicle is about 4 years. After 4 years, you're moving it to a reserve or a backup and rotating out your equipment. So if this thing lasts 4 years and we bought them a Tahoe, okay. And
with that being said, do we have to buy the next one?
Yeah. So also you have to understand there's a major cost savings here. Just look at one system, CopSync, who we run driver's licenses and license plates through. For us to set up a contract with CopSync, it would probably be about 10 grand set up. We have to have a licensing and all that stuff. Now, per individual officer usually runs about $10 a month. So if we do this with county, they're adding a new employee. They're not having to build the infrastructure and pay for the setup costs and all that stuff. They're just paying for an additional employee their monthly fee.
So I don't mean to be a pain, guys. I do numbers. I look at a used thing, like how's this thing going to be used, and like I get the economies of scale, and that's why we're doing this, not starting our own department. I love it, but where I have an issue is buying a $90,000 cruiser that's going to be used a quarter of the time in McLendon-Chisholm because there's one deputy, and we're paying for a quarter time deputy. Correct? That's what we're starting at. So really, that should last. I mean, if it's only getting a quarter of the time versus full-time use, should last quite a bit longer. And by then, I just want to make sure we're getting the value out of where we're spending the money on this thing. But I'm not against using the sheriff. I think this is great. They got great economies of scale. I just having a hard time wrapping my head around buying a cruiser for 25% of coverage. If it was full-time, sure, okay, I can see it. Things going to get used here. You know, I would maybe pay half of it. Right, if it's going to be, where's it going to be when it's not in service in McLendon-Chisholm? Okay, so then it should last longer, so maybe we don't have to buy one every 4 years.
From my experience, at least in military police side, and Jerry may know on this too, it's not always typically the time of the car, it's usually the mileage. We would get mileage expirations on ours, at least in the military. So I think ours was an insane amount of miles, like 200,000 miles, and then they would get us a new one. I mean, we were driving Caprice Classic-like looking cars. It was insane. So they do not retire them if they do not have to. Well, is that your?
Yeah, they'll stretch them out as long as they can. There is a formula you look at when you start looking at the maintenance costs versus value of the car. If it becomes too excessive, if it's costing $10,000 a year to maintain a vehicle that now has a blue book value of $3,000 and it's been on the road for 10 years, we probably need to retire it because it's costing more to fix it.
I get it.
Yeah.
I just want to be clear. This is for city limits. The majority of the time we are paying for city limits. So this isn't like they're not going to be out patrolling ETJ.
It's city limits all of the time.
Okay. So
now,
it get
I
called
would say
ETJs.
this,
They'll go.
if no, the deputy in 22 or 24 that's assigned to that will go. The caveat would be an officer needs assistance call.
Yep,
they're going to
absolutely.
go. Yeah, they're going to go. Am I saying that correct?
Yeah, if somebody yells help on the radio, everybody goes all across county. It's not just, and that would include the officer. I would expect the officer that's assigned here to do that as well.
Okay. Okay.
But if it's a interesting sounding call on I-30, they don't get to go.
Okay. So just wrapping my head around all this. The car's only used in McLendon-Chisholm. It's going to be parked when it's not in use, the cruiser. So it should last quite a bit longer. I mean, McLendon-Chisholm isn't a huge mileage area as far as getting across the city, so hopefully it'll last longer. I can kind of wrap my head around something. We're going to buy it and we're going to use it for 6 to 8 years. I can get behind that.
I would say nowadays that's probably, if it's, well, I know from our experience, for a while, we had 2010 Crown Vics and it was 2022 or 2019 and we were still using them. They were getting fewer and fewer each year, but it just depends on how they're used, if they've been in a wreck or anything like that. That's just one of those things. But that's certainly a question that can be asked from them, what they expect based on their usage. Crown Vics are a great car.
Anybody else have anything on deputy questions?
I have nothing. Just want to make sure I do a quick reminder. We use the microphones. There's no
And we do have, just so you guys know, we do have sandwiches coming in a little bit as well. So it's not just pastries. Yeah. Just a heads up. All right. So let's move into EMS. Chiefs, you want to take the stage here?
That's for 2 ambulances?
Okay, Chief, quick question. I just want to make sure I heard you correctly. You do not need to hire the 3 new personnel with the current staff you have. It would be nice, but it's not necessary to get it up and running.
So I think I see where
Quick.
Councilmember Powers' concern is now coming in with the manpower and the mini hats wearing over there.
Is there an in-between option?
We-
Adding 1 staff? Is the 3 staff, is that to cover all shifts? I don't know how your business works, so I might be asking dumb questions. So it's 0 or 3.
Chief, you mind if I add something here? Right now, with 5 people on duty every day, if the squad goes out to take care of medical aid, you're left with three people staffing a fire engine for another medical aid or fire or anything else that comes in. When that squad is done with the call, it goes back in service. It stays in the city, goes back in service in the city. If we're in the ambulance business, we're going to be transporting that patient more often than not. That is going to be transported out of the city to a hospital, and there's that turnaround time. Deliver the patient, meaning talk to the doctors and nurses about what you have. You deliver that patient, you get your equipment restocked, clean up the ambulance, come back to the city, you're back in service. So that's going to be that added component of time that we currently don't have. And that's why, and I'm not going to get in the middle of your business. It's your presentation, your model, but that's well. I mean, I'm not trying to step on your presentation, I just am. I know how it's going to work, and we're going to need more people. If I think you're stretching things too thin by trying to use just the 5 people that you have every day, and that's just my humble opinion, Chief. And I'm supportive of this program, keeping in mind the cost of it and getting it off the ground and getting it going. But I just don't see how this is done. The purpose is to benefit the citizens, and I think you'll be stretched too thin without those 3 personnel. Humble opinion.
Absolutely, I respect that. And just to kind of give everybody, hospitals.
So how long will it take this to get up and running? You're kind of talking about a half-year option. Are we, getting the ambulances done? There's putting graphics on, those types of things. Also, obviously, there's paramedics are going to have to be trained. I'm assuming. So is there a? I mean, are we looking at this as going to be a half year anyways before we get up to speed, or?
He neglected to say they were female paramedics.
These are firefighter paramedics, playing both roles. A quick question. I'm sure you've thought about it. Is there any benefit, or would there be any benefit? Is there a mechanism by which we could finance the ambulances rather than just buying them outright?
There is, yes, sir.
Yeah, and the chief gave me 3 different companies that he's aware of that do that, so that I can try to get quotes from and get an idea of what that cost would look like.
Chief, with the startup of the department all those years ago, we did a grant process for that. Is there any grant process, to your knowledge, to stand up an EMS?
Not to stand up an EMS, but you have what they call the
Safer grants, that's what they were.
Safer grants. I gotta go both ways with the safer grants.
They're not worth the headache.
It was an absolute nightmare.
I have a couple of questions, just kind of backing up all the way to the beginning a little bit. I know you don't really want to talk too much about the current service, but I just have some questions about the current status of kind of how we do things. You have paramedics on staff?
Correct. Yes, sir.
So if I have a medical condition and have an issue, are they able to fully treat me, like advanced life support right now? They show up to my house in Sonoma Verde. Can they provide ALS to me right now?
EMT can function full capability of EMT.
But can they do advanced life support?
Paramedic is a EMT with a red patch. How about that? So
Okay.
my paramedics cannot, in this case, there's only so much that our paramedics can do, right? They can put on 12 lead, we can read, we can diagnose, we can get some ideas, and we can have some damn good information when the EMS gets there. We can't treat you. And that's a frustrating thing.
Are they capable of that?
They're absolutely very capable of it.
Okay.
We just recently, last year, we're finally getting medics signed off where they can start IVs. They couldn't even start IVs. We just got that signed off.
Is this, I mean, the obvious question is why?
We have Medic Rescue, Rockwell County EMS is the first responder organization manager. We work under their protocols. We work under the direction of whatever they say. So as we started going through this, while this conversation came up, was 2 years ago, I was wanting to work towards going what we call ALS, Advanced Life Support First Responder Organization. Okay? That would allow us to do some additional things. Thinking, man, we're going to be able to now push this out there. Don't have to worry about the transports. Medics can be medics, EMTs can be EMTs. And as we started working through this program, we realized that the medics still couldn't be medics. There was one drug that we were going to be allowed to push. Our medics were not allowed to be allowed to intubate. We could use a king tube. That's about it. So it started. It's about what I can do as a fire chief to make sure that we offer the best services.
And I don't want any opinions on our current service. I think they probably do a great job. I just more want to know, I know we have some great people across the parking lot here, what they can and can't do and why.
Paramedic is an EMT. Basically, they can do everything that our EMTs can do. They cannot, again, go on ALS where they were going to be able to push one drug. They wouldn't be able to intubate. We weren't really going ALS.
So there's, in the community, I've had some conversations, and you just think fire can show up and do everything, and that's not the case. So I just want to get this out to the community that they may misunderstand what the current fire department is able to do, and this is why we're pushing this extra cost.
We're pushing this. They're not offering a bad service. I'm not saying that, but it's how can we have we don't have that turnover. And one of the big things is there's no longer a volunteer fire department in this county. Everybody is a career paid department, and so additional service to our citizens. It's the only service we really offer. I mean, trash, the city that we get taxes from is fire. And so let's provide the best damn service that we can to our people. And this is one component.
Let me piggyback on something you said in answer to your question. The situation for our paramedics, about training and everything, we already have trained and capable paramedics that we're already paying for, mind you, as you know. I gave this example when I stated my little spiel at the beginning of this thing, that it's like the situation for them medically right now, as he says, 85-90% of the calls are medical calls. But it'd be like showing up on the fire engine at a fire, but you're not allowed to use the pump. Well, you can use the hoses, but you can't use the ladder. Well, you can use the ladder, but you can't access anything above the second story. You can't go on the roof. There's just all these limitations placed on them. Even Rockwall County EMS, there are certain skills their paramedics are trained to do, but they can't do them unless a supervisor shows up. If I'm laying toes up on the ground and I need my life saved, I don't want to wait for a supervisor. I'm expecting that person to, if a supervisor has to come and say, yeah, it's okay for you to use what's in your toolbox, I want them already to be using what's in the toolbox. So, and then response times. Response times are, as I said, are everything. And I'm sure, like you said, they have high turnover and stuff like that. It's part of a private EMS. You're going to have that. That's not a position you stay in for a 30-year career, being a paramedic on the private side. But they serve over 100,000 people, 150 square miles that they're covering. And as I understand it, three boxes on duty a day, 3 to 4. 4. Yeah, they're covering a lot of territory, but it's that response time. I think they have, if you look at their criteria for Rockwall County EMS, you look at their response time criteria, if somebody's in cardiac arrest, 5 minutes or less is what you're looking for. It's very difficult to achieve that, to get a 911 call and have somebody there. But they have standards where they're allowed to have 8 minutes to get to this kind of call, and 10 minutes to get to that kind of call, and 12 minutes to get. If we have our own paramedics here in town responding out of our fire stations to our community, able to do under the new, what would be new for us, medical control, where now they can do all of their skills, the quality for our citizens is going to explode as far as what we can do in EMS for our people.
NFPA is going to help push a lot of that too when it comes to career department. Now, if we went down this route, our turnout time for medical costs 60 seconds. So when the tones drop, our troops have to be on that box and rolling out that door in 60 seconds or less. Structure fires, it's 90 seconds. So it kind of gives you an example. We have some more standards that are holding us to making sure that we're hitting those shoot times and we're getting on scene within that 5-minute, 6-minute time frame. To give you kind of brief, there's 5 zones in Rockwall County. We're in the 5th zone when it comes to when it comes to ambulances. They operate an ambulance out of 276 behind Southern Junction. They have one off of Mims Road in 205 there on National Drive, the little industrial park. They have one in downtown Roy City, and then they have one in downtown Rockwall. That's the 4 primary stations that they operate currently.
So is that response time is what, 8 to 11 minutes?
So in the contract, it's 7 minutes and 59 seconds that they technically have to have a unit on scene. With the contract that's currently there, is they have what they call a supervisor vehicle. So that supervisor vehicle can get on scene. It's a paramedic. They can get on scene and stop that clock or pause that clock, which allows an extended time for the ambulance to finally get there. And it's busy. I mean, those guys and gals are busy. Don't get me wrong. And unfortunately, they get down to 0 staffing pretty regularly because the county's growing. I've been here a long time, and it's growing, and the call volume steadily goes up for everybody. So, again, they're doing everything they can with what they have.
I'm going to interject real quick before this conversations keep going. We are on a time limit, folks, and there's a lot to cover still. So I do not want to fall into the trap of talking about one subject forever and ever and ever, or we will not get through this and we will be here past one. Okay, I've got to put that out there. We are talking in circles, and that's the one thing I don't want us to do. We have to get a lot done today, and we haven't even gotten to the rate options of taxes and other stuff, and that's going to cause a lot of questions. So try to land the planes quick, so we can, because we still have lunch in here too.
All right, I'll land my plane real quick. So response times would be faster. We'd be able to use our medics that we're already paying for. We'd probably get better service and less mistakes, just because our people aren't going to be high turnover and not burnt out, because I know you take good care of your people. So that's kind of what we're doing here, and it seems to be a lot more than just a medic on scene in a couple minutes. They're also a higher quality. So, okay, this makes sense.
Planes landed, so anybody after today, you want to come to my office, meet with Chief Stout and myself, we would be happy to sit down one-on-one with you to go through this packet a little more in depth. Some of you we've already done that with, but feel free to come over, and we'll set a meeting, and that way we can have some more conversation with you, if you like.
Okay, before we move on, I know you didn't want to hear personal experience, but I feel like I need to share personal experience with our current contract. In the last 3 years, I have had 2 cardiac calls to my house. The ambulance and the fire department, our fire department, arrived simultaneously. I was not upset with any service my husband received. His life was saved both times. So, yes, I know that we're a growing city, we're a growing county, and things maybe could be a little bit better. In my estimation, there's nothing wrong with our current contract.
And I'm not trying to be harsh. I know I've done these many times, and if we don't get through everything, then we either have to come back again. And so it's not trying to be harsh. I've done this enough to know if we go over time, it's on our time. My only question, when you present this, my advice, if you're going to present it, I would say present it all in, because Councilmember Powers makes a great deal. Manpower is huge. I would hate that we gave something a smaller service with the squad out. Squad's back immediately, as Councilmember Powers said. If the ambulance has to leave, and you're trying to model it with what you have now, I don't want to give the disservice of fire service just to have EMS service if this is going to be an option that comes to the council to vote on one day. If it were me, I would say bring it all, let the council decide.
This packet that you have in front of you, exactly with those 3 members in there, this is what we will present to you. And then, again, whether we go down this route or not, that's council's idea. If not, we continue to move forward with what we're doing.
Is there any additional liability insurance? Because the insurance line is blank on this sheet that I have.
We'll have those numbers, but it's not a significant increase because
It's not included.
Correct. It's because we already have insurance in place because we are an FRO program. So that's what I'm saying. It's not a large amount at all.
And the insurance number that was left on there that was blank was actually intended to be additional auto insurance, not liability insurance, because it really shouldn't affect us. And understand with these numbers, I was very conservative with putting these numbers together, because this will be a huge step for the fire department and for the city. I mean, I went into this knowing that I am potentially presenting the instrument of my own demise if this thing doesn't work. So these numbers can be adjusted, they're projections, but I was trying to be as conservative as possible. So.
One quick thing, I know we had talked about Emergicon or whatever that insurance deal is. Can you just very quickly talk to them?
Quickly, these numbers include our costs for Emergicon, which there is no cost from Emergicon. Emergicon would be our billing entity. They're one of the largest entities here. They know the insurance companies. They know what money we can get. We will have a presentation where Emergicon and Medical City Plano, which would be our med control, they will come. We ask for about 30 minutes or so. We're not going to beat you to death with it. We're going to just have them come to where you can ask some questions. But Emergicon would take care of all the billing. And then Medical City Plano, if that's who we choose to go with, would take care of our monthly, quarterly, annual training, They're the ones that write our protocols. They have our preceptors. They have our doctor's training. That'll be a full package deal. And those numbers are included in
That presentation is on the June 24th agenda.
Yes.
With that, move on to the next thing on the agenda here, which is talking about property tax rates. So I've got a couple different things here for you. So on the agenda that I put together, these are the rates based on the numbers that we have at this time. Now, the reason I say that is because every month, Rockwall CAD gives us updated figures based on appraisal review boards that have been completed and that are still pending. So when you protest your property taxes, the initial report has the full number. If nobody protests it, as I'm sure you're all aware, if you're not aware, you should protest your property taxes to make sure that they are accurate. So as that happens, the amount of the value of the homes in our city limits reduces every time someone successfully protests it. So every month they give us updated numbers with where we're at as of that moment so that we can kind of use that for planning purposes. So the numbers that are on here on number 5 are the numbers based on the information that we have from April. I don't think we've gotten the May updates yet. So these numbers will change, but I wanted to give you an idea of where they're at right now so that you had a general idea of where we're going to end up. It should not be vastly different from this. So our property tax rate is split up into two things. You've got maintenance and operations, and you've got interest and sinking, aka debt service. So our debt service rate, based on the most recent numbers that we have, is 0.011674. That's 1.1 cent per $100 evaluation that you have on your home. The maintenance and operations would be 0.101413, which is 10 cents roughly per $100 evaluation. So that would be for the no new revenue. That is on the agenda page is where I'm pulling this from, sorry. Line 5. So the no new revenue is to give the city the exact same amount of revenue based on existing homes. So that does not include new homes that were built during that past year. It's only homes that were existing beforehand. So the new homes that were built, that is an addition. So that's why that number oftentimes actually goes down. So a couple things that have changed. Let me get through these and then I'll go back to that. So voter approval rate. Voter approval rate is the highest rate that we can go to without having to go to an election or have our citizens be able to petition for an election. So voter approval rate essentially is 3.5% increase of the maintenance and operations rate, and the interest and sinking rate or debt service rate stays the same because that number, we know exactly what that is based on that amortization schedule. And then we do have something called an unused increment. So basically the state allows us, if we don't raise to the max voter approval rate for the last 3 years, we can essentially bank that increase and use it in a future year without having to go to an election. So because council lowered the interest rate at the last minute last year, we have some unused increment.
Tax rate, not the interest rate.
Sorry, what did I say? Oh, sorry, the tax rate. Because council lowered the tax rate after approving the budget last year, we've got a little bit of unused increment. So we can go up to, again, based on the numbers that we have at this time, a voter 12.3407 cents per $100 evaluation without going to an election or a petition being an option. Now, the state also has something that's called the de minimis rate. That is, it was designed for a small city to be able to buy a fire engine many, many years ago. So it is a way for a city to go, based on city size, we qualify for it, obviously. You can add an additional $500,000 on top of the no new revenue rate and without there being an automatic election. Now, citizens can petition for an election in that situation, but it's not an automatic election. So that would essentially give us an additional $500,000. Now, in that scenario, lots of details here. You can't use that unused increment if you do the de minimis rate, so it's not an exact $500,000 more, but it's roughly that. So with that, we could go up to 16.0902 cents per $100 evaluation without there being an automatic election. Again, citizens can petition based on our charter that just passed. 300 citizens would have to sign the petition. If that were to happen, we could go back to, it could go to an election, and if that election passed, we would roll back to the lower rate. So, and that has happened here in the past a couple times. So, again, these numbers are not exact because we don't have the final figures yet. The CAD does not have to give us the final figures until July 25th. That is their state deadline of when they have to give those numbers to us. Typically, almost all, if not every appraisal review has been done by that time. Their goal, I think they have to have at least 95% of them done, if I remember right. I think last year at that time, there was only one left in city limits that hadn't been completed. So this sheet right here, area tax rates, this is a breakdown of the maintenance and operation and interest and sinking rates for our neighboring cities. So I literally just went on each city's website, pulled up their budget from this past year, and pulled these numbers on there because we're required by the state to provide this information in our budget. So you can see we're at the bottom of this. We all know we've got one of the lowest tax rates. So this, for the current fiscal year, our maintenance and operation budget is 0.07795. 7.8 cents per $100 of valuation that goes towards the maintenance and operation of the city. Our debt service or interest and sinking amount is 0.011788. So 1.1 cent per $100 of valuation that goes towards paying off the debt for this building. If you look at some of the cities above, obviously we know we're lower than all of them, which is a great thing. Our interest and sinking rate is just over 5 times less than anyone else. So I know there was some conversation about no debt or low debt. We are very much on the low end of that. And if you look at maintenance and operation, the next closest to us would be Rockwall, which is more than double in our maintenance and operation. So thankfully we have obviously a lot less staff. We have a lot less other things that we have to pay for, but we also have a lot less valuation within our city. So based on last year's CAD numbers, the average home value in McLendon-Chisholm was about $550,000. Due to Sonoma Verde's explosion, we can call it, in the past year, and the value of homes that have been built, our current average value, based on the most recent numbers, is just over $700,000. So that doesn't mean that your house necessarily went up that much, but as more expensive homes are built in the community, such as what's going to be going on across the street here, our average number goes up because there are no more $300,000 houses going in like there were 5+ years ago. Ironically, our existing value has gone down slightly. I believe, without having all the information yet, my guess is that we have had more people hit the over 65 exemption, and that's what caused the existing. Because I know I haven't talked to anyone whose personal valuation went down, which means that probably what's happening is more people have hit that 65 exemption, which means their tax rate can no longer go up. Yes, sir. The other thing to take into account on this, and part of the reason that this number for this upcoming budget looks quite a bit bigger than this one, because the first thing people will say is, well, you can only increase it 3.5%. That is true. The repeal of the sales and use tax made this number, our number, go up on its own, because that was being used to lower the tax rate. So that amount will now be going towards the roads and streets based on the verbiage on the election. So that is built into that, but part of that will specifically be towards roads and streets and not necessarily maintenance and operations of the whole city. So the schedule of the budget calendar, we'll call it. So the steps that we have to take. So the big things that we will have to do is hold a budget hearing. We will, council will have to vote on a proposed tax rate. So that is not the final tax rate, but it's a proposed tax rate, because when we have our tax rate hearing, we have to tell the public what our proposed rate is. So you can still change it after that, up until the point that we approve the final tax rate. But that is basically the initial number that we're going to send out to the public to say, this is what we believe we're going to do. And then you get that feedback at the public hearing, and maybe you change it, maybe you don't. At that point, you still have that opportunity to make that change. So then we'll hold a tax rate hearing, and then we vote on the budget first, and then the tax rate to approve the budget. So you don't vote on the tax rate first, you vote on the budget first, and then you're supposed to approve the tax rate that funds said budget that you've already approved in a perfect world. Timelines for this vary depending on what council decides to do with the tax rate. If the tax rate is the voter approval rate or below, we have one calendar. If we go above that voter approval rate to use part of the de minimis, and let me stress, we do not have to go all the way up to the top end of the de minimis. We can do anywhere in between that council sees fit. But if we go above that voter approval rate, we essentially have to have everything done about a month earlier in case the public does a petition for an election, because we have to have time to order that election and give county election officials appropriate time. So if we were to go above the voter approval rate, find my little calendar here, basically without doing any special meetings, just going on a regular meeting schedule, we would have our budget hearing and vote on the proposed tax rate the second meeting in July, so the fourth week of July, July 22nd. I would have to have the proposed initial budget to Angela by July 6th, which is basically right after we get those figures from CAD. We would then hold a tax rate hearing and adopt the budget and tax rate the first meeting in August, which is August 12th. Those would be the deadlines that we would have to hit without calling a single special meeting to meet the timelines if we go above the voter approval rate. If we're at the voter approval rate or below, basically everything gets pushed back about 6 weeks, because then we don't have to finish until the end of September. So basically, we have everything kind of works backwards, everything kind of works backwards on the budget calendar from the date that we have to approve it. And then whether or not we go above or below that voter approval rate determines which calendar we have to go off of. So, not that we can vote on any proposed budget or tax rate at this point, but there's been a lot of conversation about, I think Mr. Powers brought up kind of our tax rate to be able to fund some of these things that you're talking about. On our survey, which I need to print off a copy of for you guys before you leave, the full survey package, it is on our website now, but one of the questions that we asked very intentionally was essentially, what service do you want, and what service would you be willing to pay an increase in taxes or a bond for? The two things that came up were roads, which is no surprise to anyone, and then some variation of parks and trails was the other thing that had more than half the people say they would be willing to pay more taxes for those items. So with that, any questions about how this process works, what these numbers mean, anything like that?
Are we starting one schedule versus the other, so we have an idea as we start working through budget?
I will be starting working on the budget next week because I've got to be prepared for the shorter version. We need to have an idea, because we've got to make sure that we meet the deadlines if we do want to go over the voter approval rate.
Wasn't this the issue that we had last year? So to give a background on this, when we all will come up with some sort of an agreement, so that way when Jeff is putting together the budget for us to look at the numbers as it goes through the process. So if we agree, let's just say we're going to do voter approval rate and just not change a thing, that's what he is going to work the budget off. Basically, the city manager and the finance director, that's their process over the next few months, and they'll be keeping us up to date. What happened last year is, in this very meeting, we all said voter approval rate. And then the night of the vote, with 7 days left in the month to go into the budget, they decide to say, well, let's do A instead.
Well, back up just a minute. They actually approved the budget that was presented at the voter-approved rate, and the next action was to lower the tax rate. So the budget had to be reworked.
So the goal is, as Jeff is asking, is to give him an idea so he has a base of what to work with. And then we have to know that that's where we're at least going to stay, or we'll be doing exactly what happened last year. Mayor Pro Tem, do you have anything on that?
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of mad about it because when you tell staff, this is what we want, or this is what we're looking at, and they deliver that to you, and then you unanimously vote approval of the budget, you don't go around on the next vote to say, now we're going to take away your funding. We just didn't have the courage to tell you where. You figure it out. And
So, and the biggest thing today is if there's an appetite to go above the voter approval rate, I need to know that because that's the calendar that I need to work on. If there's no appetite to go above the voter approval rate, then I can work on the other calendar, and we've got plenty of time to iron it out.
I would
so
like
it's
to
really
hear. Yeah, sorry.
Give us a ballpark. I mean, knowing that we are under 9 cents currently, and that the voter approval rate takes us slightly over 12 cents, give us your sense of where you are on that. Is it somewhere in between? Okay with the voter approval? But we know where it starts.
So can I ask a couple questions to try and clarify some of this? All right. I'm going way outside of my lane here. Okay. So Jeff, please correct me if I'm wrong. But currently right now, if you take out permits and fees, currently right now, just our tax revenue does not cover our city budget 100%, correct?
our property taxes do not cover our payroll.
Okay. So with that being said, if everything stays the way that it is, even with the incremental increases that basically you've projected here with home values and additional houses coming online, even if we hold this path, what I see is in 3 years, we're basically going to have essentially a margin call.
When development is done in this city, we will have a serious issue. So right now, we would not survive without the development revenue.
What I was going to say is, with Councilmember Goodwin's knowledge of finances, and I know he just took the class, I definitely want to hear, this is where I really want his input, just because I think he can guide us through a few things with this, the rates, how the numbers will match along going into the budget, which is one of the beautiful things about his mind. He can do these numbers and assist us all in making a good decision, even though staff is going to prepare this. Councilmember Goodwin, what is your input with this?
I want to get a couple things clear first. This is 2024 rates?
Fiscal year 25, which is October of 24 through September of 25.
Okay. Does this include the reduction in property tax from sales tax?
Yes. So this is after that reduction had taken place.
Okay.
So part of the increase to 12, whatever it was, includes that money no longer being deducted to lower the tax rate.
I should know this, but how much was that?
The percentage of it or the dollar amount? It was. I want to say it was roughly a couple $100,000, $150,000 to $200,000 off the top of my head.
Do you know price per 100 valuation?
No, not off the top of my head.
So this, if we absolutely do nothing, this is going to go up just because of that change.
Correct.
Okay. I was going to say, I was thinking it was like 157, 160,000.
Yeah, that's off the top of my head. That's what
it's all dependent on the sales tax revenue, which funds a lot more of city government than most people realize, and that's why it's important to have a good commercial development program.
It's really hard to just pick a tax rate without seeing the other side as far as the needs. I think coming from business, it's what's needed, what are we looking at, and then what's the funding versus picking one and making it fit.
Well, and that's why the state requires us to approve a budget
before
we approve the tax rate. Because the budget is what we say we need, the tax rate has to support that budget. It's supposed to support that budget.
So how are we supposed to, can you explain to me, because I don't come from this field, but how are we supposed to know what numbers here without knowing what meets what? What is our number that we're trying to go? I don't know. This doesn't make any sense to me. It seems like I should have a number that, like, okay, to meet these things, I need this number, which fits.
I think the point here is not so much for you to actually pin in what your tax rate is going to be. It's going to be more so if you've got a full council that says, we don't want property tax, or we want to lower property tax this time, us as city staff know, okay, we're putting together a bare bones and absolutely no frills budget. If y'all are talking about doing voter approval, it kind of gives us at least a trajectory to go down.
And there are many councils that do not have the appetite to risk an election in many cities across the state. So if you know that you don't want to risk it going election, and Bev, I would love to give your perspective as someone that's lived here through a couple rollbacks. If you're not willing to take that appetite, or if you're not willing to appetite that, whatever, then it's easy. We have an extra 6 weeks on the calendar. We know this is our max amount. I personally, just with inflation and such, not maximizing that voter approval rate really puts you at a hindrance because it compounds over the years. I personally wouldn't recommend going below the voter approval rate for that reason, especially since we're already so low and we're already really behind on the revenue, our future revenues, as Fire Marshal was talking about. When that development revenue goes away, that if we don't prepare for that and think about that in advance, we could really put ourselves in a position in 3 to 5 years when development slows down that we can't afford. We've got all these ambulances and we can't afford to pay for them.
Yeah, I think we have obviously we have a lot of ambitious ideas, things that we want to do. It would seem, if the collective desire is to stick with the current rates and not increase the rates at all, not even what's already been pre-approved. I don't think that's the sentiment here. I could be wrong, but I think that we have an ambitious agenda, and so we ought to at least look at the maximum that we can get that's already been approved, and say that's our top point, and then you can work back from that if you say, well, we don't need that much revenue, we need this, and then we can be, which I agree with Councilman Brewer, probably everybody else here, I'm a low tax guy, but it has to make sense. It's not just low taxes for the sake of low taxes, but a prudent use of tax dollars. So if you say, well, you guys have this amount of money to work with, and you put everything together and you go, well, we don't need quite that amount, we can do it for this, I'd be very interested in hearing that. I do have one quick question that will help me with all of this. What percentage of our annual budget do we keep in reserve? Do we have too much reserves right now or not enough reserve? What from your standpoint, is the prudent amount of money to have in reserve?
Our ordinance says that we're to have 30 to 40% of the annual budget. Right now, we have almost 100%, just under 100% of the annual budget in reserves.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. All right. I've got a bunch. Something you just said really struck me. We are not covering the operating costs without development. Fire departments included in that.
And we haven't in the history of the city.
And we haven't. So you're telling me that we are making an assumption that development is going to continue. But if we have a 2008 event tomorrow and all the development stops, this city's bankrupt or not going to be able to make bills paid.
A few budget cycles ago, we were actually told, I can never remember his name. What's his name? Ray Smith told us that this city is literally one catastrophe away from being bankrupt.
We are a 2008 event away from being bankrupt. And it's already happened. We are banking on development. We've got to do something with tax rate, guys. Can I give you guys some numbers? $700,000 was the median cost, right? That's what was said. If we go with the NNR rate, it's going to be $791. If we go with the voter approved rate, it's $861. If we go with the de minimis, it's $1,120. So right now, if we do nothing, we're at the 791, is my understanding, correct? That's what we did last year. 791 to 861 does not seem like a huge jump to me. That's $70. That's $6 a month. That's a Starbucks. I don't think that's going to kill anybody in the community.
So real quick, that 781 number, that is if nothing changes, no catastrophic event, and our developments continue on at the pace they are currently. Now, in 3 to 5 years, whenever we start getting landlocked, that's what I'm saying, we're going to have the margin call. Without a catastrophic event, we're going to have that margin call because now we don't have land for houses to be built on for us to get those permit fees.
So this is one of those things I'm working blindly here. What do we need to run the city without depending on development? All it takes is, this is just my observation of finance. When things go bad, it's usually one event. Lehman Brothers collapse, 9/11, whatever it is. I will tell you my perception, we are an event away from a downturn. Could happen, could not happen. That's just telling you. It's not unforeseeable that we could see development dry up. Where do we need to be to fund the government? The government still needs to work. We still need fire. But we still need to pay the guys. We need to take care of them and gals. Sorry, I know we have some names.
So if you look at last year's budget, about 25% of it was covered by development revenue. Just to give you a rough idea.
So does the de minimis even cover the city budget?
No, not with zero development.
And this goes back, Councilmember Goodwin, to what the city manager was talking about with these rollbacks that have taken place. No one wants to pay for the needs, but we have to have them. The best example I can give was one that fell on our lap at the last council when the storms happened in May and June and the large amount of debris and trash pickup. We were able to take care of that because of where we were sitting at. If that were to happen this year due to the the non-new rate, I would not have been able to do that for the citizens. We would not have had that built into the budget because we just wouldn't have had it. So everyone here, this is why this one's probably the most important topic that we'll talk about today, because it is what really sets us in all the wants and needs of where we need to be, and it's 1,000,000% why I was wanting Goodwin on council, because of this type of knowledge.
His knowledge scares me.
So
when I hear it. No, hold on, Don. Just can you explain this to me, because I'm construction guy / window licker when it comes to this stuff. So do I have this right that if we don't raise, we can only raise a certain amount every year? So if we don't raise it this year, then in order to, is that what you're talking about? Yes. That in so many years, if we don't raise this every year, we're gonna need that money, and we can only raise it some. Okay.
So we can raise the taxes above the de minimis raise.
Yeah, but I'm saying without
if you go above the de minimis rate, an election is required. Not even possible. It's automatic.
So potential in 5 or 6 years when we dry up, construction wise, and we need that money, it would depend on a vote, or else we're.
That's correct.
Bad news. Okay.
Okay, and just to give you a little bit of history on rollbacks, the 2 rollbacks we previously had were under general law city rules. It was 10% signatures required from the last election. So it was a smaller amount. The charter now requires a minimum of 300 signatures. The last rollback, if I remember right, was a little over 100 signatures were required, so it was a lot easier for people to process that petition than it would be today under the charter. In the last rollback, I can tell you personally, it made a $28 difference in my taxes. I turned my check back over to the city. It was 2 years ago or so, yeah.
But Don, wouldn't we rather, and Jeff, slowly step up while we can to be ready for when I mean, like, in other words, I know we don't want to rely on the developer money, but wouldn't it be better to slow roll up with the VAR and the developer money and get to that point as opposed to try to right now offset that? You know what I mean?
That is the wonderful decision that council gets to make.
Let me give you let me give you a thought from what I'm hearing from Fire Marshal Eddie. Chief So. If we do nothing, to me right now, I'm just kind of doing numbers in my head. It's not if we go broke, it's when. And what's happened is they've kicked the can down the road to it's sooner. We have the option to kick the can down the road to later. I hate to say this, whenever development stops, unless we get ahead of this years in advance, we are going to fail. We don't really have a choice here.
Yeah, it was irresponsible.
To do something.
It was irresponsible governance, if you ask me. When they did that, that's why me and Mayor Pro Tem Brewer just speechless. Obviously, the voter approval rate is probably the best way, easiest way, less pushback way. We do have the commercial development that is starting to come in, so those sales tax revenues, and that's why it's very important that we support the commercial development. That's why maybe somewhere, why is O'Reilly's first? Sales tax dollars. I mean, and I've been there 3 times.
And it's not just commercial development, it's commercial development that brings tax dollars to the city, because not all commercial development brings tax dollars.
So again, I'm out of my lane here, but I've been around city business or city government basically my entire life. Historically, the way this works is you've got a council that's in the position that you're in now. If you continue to kick the can down the road with our environment, in 3 to 5 years, your development's going to dry up, the scale's going to tip. You are going to have what I keep calling a margin call, to where council comes in and they have to take drastic measures. They wind up increasing the property taxes to the highest they could possibly legally do, even with a vote. And then that council will never get voted in again, because the citizens hate them, because they just increased their taxes by 3 times. And then you start this progression all over. Council votes to get the tax rate to astronomical heights. The next council that comes in runs on lowering tax rates, and we start this downward progression, and then you get another spike, and then a downward progression, and another spike. And you wind up losing any leverage that you have with developers coming in, with commercial properties coming in, because whenever you're facing having to put it to your citizenry that you're going to increase the taxes by triple, you will start allowing apartment complexes in. You will start allowing just whatever you can possibly get to build, and it is going to be absolutely counter to what your what is it called? The projected comprehensive plan. It's going to be completely opposite of your comprehensive plan, because all you're trying to do is keep your head above water.
Excuse me. I think Councilman Brewer had something, or Mayor Pro Tem Brewer. A minute ago, you wanted to make a comment. You forget?
No, I do.
Just disregard.
Yeah, it doesn't add too much. It's just saying, in the past, cities had up to 8%. And that always kind of kept up with the needs that were coming in and covering those kind of costs. But the legislature over the years kept paring it down to what it is now. And you're right, unless we have some other revenue streams coming in the future that we can rely on a lot more, we are going to be in a world of hurt.
And
Well-
there was potential legislation. There are legislators that are pushing to remove the voter approval rate to where no new rate is the max you can go without a vote. That is possible down the road, and that's, the de minimis is another thing that there's legislators that have wanted to get rid of the de minimis option. So there may be a position in 2 years, 4 years, 6 years down the road where we don't have any of these options without an election, and it makes it even more difficult to fund our city.
Well, and there's something called impact fees that cities can charge. Now, it was also in the legislature this year to possibly do away with all impact fees. So a lot of cities have relied on the new people coming, the new commercial, the new residential, the new development in the impact fee process. So, for example, we have impact fees on our roads. But in the Sonoma Verde North and East Developers Agreement, council waived those. So that is something to look at going forward. Jeff and I have also talked about sewer impact fees as a possibility. We can't do water, but we could do sewer. We've looked at what other cities charge on that kind of thing to go forward. So there are some ways we can look at it that way, where you are technically taxing the new person that comes on top. But just keep in mind, the state of Texas could take that option away.
And all of that is still development reliant.
We are lucky that we have development, and we are becoming dependent upon development, and our constituents are asking us not to flood us with development. We are creating a problem, guys, gals. Our constituents don't want density. Chief Stowe's right. We're going to get to a point where we have no choice. I'm staring at a worksheet that says we're the lowest, city tax. And granted, I know these are larger cities. I'd like to look at some other cities around the same size, but this just pains me to say this because I think I'm conservative, and I feel like I'm sounding like the previous council member.
Closest you have on there would probably be Heath.
Yeah.
We're just right under them in population, and they're, triple, if not more.
I got to tell you, belief-wise, philosophically, I don't want to touch taxes. I'm staring at a train wreck. I have to do something. I'm very conflicted. I wouldn't, if it was my dream world, I'm not raising taxes a cent. We're staring at a train wreck.
And I want you sleeping at night, Councilman.
Do we want high density? Do you want high density housing?
I want you sleeping at night, and I tried to think back at the last city council, and I was trying to think of what were the good things that came out of that city council. I did not go to the meeting where they changed the tax rate right at the last minute. When I heard about that, it was kicking the can down the road. I could not believe it, that they just didn't have the guts to do it. Yeah, we're going to get some pushback, but I think we have tremendous reasoning on our side on why it needs to happen. And so I am all for a voter approval rate, and de minimis gives us some buffer. That's kind of what I'm thinking, but it's at least a voter approval rate. What?
Their City of Farmersville proposed tax rate is 0.71. And they're similar to our size because that chief, they're the same thing that we went through years. So that was one of the cities, plus the city of Sunnyvale.
Where Farmersville, that's the one next to
Texas,
Allen.
Allen County.
Yeah, but their sales tax on they have a mall.
Yeah, Farmersville.
Yeah.
But
Not Farmersville.
Farmersville, Texas.
I think you're thinking of Fairview.
Fairview.
Yes.
Fairview. I was thinking of
No,
Fairview. Man, I was like, man, they got a mall over there.
Farmersville is a rural town that is growing rapidly.
Yeah.
Very similar situation.
They are, and I say that because, like I said, I'm working with their chief a lot. We know each other, and they're growing like we are. So that was just to give you an idea, Councilmember Goodwin, about what cities similar to us would look like. So I just pulled that one up and figured I'd share
We are
it with you.
probably in the bottom 5% of the state tax rate wise. I don't have that guaranteed data, but we are very near the bottom.
So I think the question we all have as council members is how much damage control do we want to do? I think leaving the no new revenue rate is just creating more damage. Hopefully the voter approval rate might slow that damage. I don't even know where we get fixing this.
It's going to be a multi-year process, realistically. It's impossible to fix all at once.
This is definitely the start. To go back to Councilmember Towery, I say at least at this point we all agree voter approval rate right now. Allow the staff, give them that direction based off the voter approval rate. See what they bring back to us with our asks. Kind of gives us a benchmark. We still have some time, but I say for the direction, if y'all are all good with it, I would say voter approval rate. Mayor Pro Tem, what is your thoughts, sir?
No,
I want to make it very clear we cannot vote on a rate at this.
Yeah.
So I just want everybody to understand that.
Yeah.
It's guidance.
Guidance.
I'm for the voter approval rate as well. And sometimes it may be some of the issues that were like the roads and stuff, it may end up having to be, we take a bond issue to the folks, which will add to the property rate, right? Those kind of big items. But yeah, I think as a starting point, we have to start with the voter approval rate. So.
Yeah, and something, excuse me, something I want to point out for everybody I'm listening to here, we all have that same concern, Councilman Goodwin, about being conservative and sticking to our principles of low taxation. I kind of talked about that a moment ago. But you have to remember, too, we are the voters. We are the public. We are representative of the public in this room, except for a couple of employees. We all live in the city. And if it makes sense to us that we need more revenue, it should make sense to the average person that owns a home in the community and uses the services that we need more revenue. So it would be up to us to share with our fellow citizens, with our friends and our neighbors, what the needs are and how, if we don't raise taxes, eventually, if we do not raise taxes, we're going to have a catastrophe, like you said. If we understand that, the average person out there will understand it because we are the average person out there. We're the people who live here. So if we understand it, they'll understand it. There's no separation between us and them. We are them. So I think it's incumbent upon us. We have experts that we're paying a lot of money here to give us advice and to run the city. And if our experts that we're paying are telling us we need more revenue, then we need more revenue. And I think it's up to us then to sell it to our friends and neighbors.
And I wanted to clarify something that Bev said about the initiative stuff about requiring 30% or 300 of the voters. Actually, the way that the charter is written, one of the things that's excluded is ordinances appropriating money or levying taxes. That doesn't mean people cannot petition to change it, but there's the state process that defers back to the state process on that. So there was a question that I remember come up over the Facebook talks, and I had to research it, and that's what it is.
With that, we don't take action, but we will at some point have to give direction to staff on that. With it being 11:50, let's take 20 minutes. That gets you a sandwich, some food in your belly. Before I go into recess, does anyone have anything they want to ask before we do that on this topic? All right, then it is 11:54. Let's take 20 minutes and we'll come back. We're in recess.
Explain to them, budget stuff, if you can tell them, these are the services that we're looking at in town halls, and explain it to them that in order to do this, and citizens go, yeah, we want it, well, we got to have the revenue to do it. It's like you said it best, the first time I heard the council say, we are the citizens. We are here to help advocate and say, this is what we need.
Okay, it is 12:16, and we will come back from recess. We left off on section 5, and we will now be going into section 6, the budget process and timeline. Jeff?
So I kind of covered part of the timeline already. So I am going to try to get a budget put together as quickly as possible so that I can get you guys kind of what those numbers look like with all these things that we've talked about today, and see, can we do it with the voter approval rate, or would we need to go above that to get that number? That way you guys can see that. That way the option is there if you'll choose to go above the voter approval rate. Because if we don't hit that deadline, it's no longer an option. So that's really important. And then, as far as rules, really it's the deadlines are kind of the rules that we have to follow. So I've got a packet if you want to read through it. It's super complicated, the way the state does it, because they're basing everything off of if you do it at the last day possible. They're not calculating into when your meetings are, if you approve your budget 5 days before September 30th versus, whatever. So it's pretty complicated to read. If you want it, I'll be more than happy to give it to you. But that being said, I've got, like I said, I kind of read off some of the dates. If we were to go above, those were the dates I calculated because that's the one that starts the earliest. So if we push everything back 6 weeks and just do the voter approval rate, essentially we are holding our budget hearings in probably the first meeting of August. And then tax rate hearing would be probably the first meeting of September, and we would approve the budget and the tax rate the last meeting of September. Yes. So we would hold the tax rate hearing, cannot be the same day that we approve the budget. So the tax rate hearing has to be a meeting prior to the budget. So that would be the first meeting in September. And then we could approve the budget and the tax rate in the second meeting in September. So fourth Tuesday. So second Tuesday and fourth Tuesday. So those are... and if we don't approve the budget by the end of the fiscal year, basically all spending has to stop that's not absolutely required to function. So,
do you have the current budget you just finished, or that we're in, mm-hmm. that we're zeroed out, or are we negative, or are we
as
projected?
Far as for the current fiscal year?
Yeah.
We're pretty close because because our development revenue was larger this year than budgeted, so we've overspent on a couple things that we knowingly that were approved by council and things like that.
But, do you know how much money, if we do the VAR, how much additional does that add number-wise to your budget for this?
It would add, with the unused increment, it would probably add somewhere in the realm of 4% above what our budget was this past year. So if you're looking at a roughly $4 million budget, what's 4% of $4 million? $160,000. So that would not fund all the things that we talked about.
Okay. Still wouldn't.
No, it wouldn't. So if we want to fund an EMS and a deputy, we're going to have to go above the voter approval, or find a way to spread those funds out over years. So kind of leads into the next topic. So they go together in my mind. So the next topic is potential bond options. So we had talked about roads bond had been mentioned possibly, and really all these things, a bond raises the property tax rate. It's just specific to that item, right? So there's roads bonds. A couple other things that had been mentioned in the past at some point or another were an expansion of City Hall to hold more staff. As we grow, we are out of room, if you didn't know already. We have no extra offices around, so any new employees that we hire don't have a place to sit right now.
Unless we kick the mayor out of his office.
That would free up one office. So a city hall expansion is something that had been kind of tossed around. It was mentioned as part of the Heritage Center plan. The other thing was obviously the Heritage Center. As Mayor Pro Tem Brewer mentioned earlier, I don't think anybody here wants to go put out a $40 million bond to do the Heritage Center. But one of the ideas that had been kicked around was maybe we start quote unquote phase one of the Heritage Center, which is the trails, the parking, some outdoor stuff, which is something that the survey said that people would be willing to potentially raise their tax rates for. If we could integrate a park and trails into it, that would be a way to start that project without saying, hey, let's go all in on day one, which I don't think any of us would say is necessarily the right thing to do at this
Wouldn't
time.
phase one on that be a multi-purpose center that we could make money on?
It could be whatever you guys wanted it to
next
be.
phases, if that
Yeah.
was this.
It could be whatever you guys wanted to be. I would say that the notion of making money on a multi-purpose center is going to be negligible, realistically.
Fair enough.
It's definitely not going to pay for itself. It might be more like the municipal court fees, where it's quote unquote fund money, but it's not going to cover the cost of it. So, but those are some potential bonds. They don't have to go with the budget by any stretch of the imagination. And as was mentioned earlier, there's bonds where you have the public vote on them, and there's bonds where you don't. That are both options. But I wanted to just throw out that if we go with a lower tax rate, that's a way to still get some of the things that we need or want that's not part of that voter approval rate necessarily. So not something that you guys have to say today or come up with an answer today. It's probably something that public hearings would want to be had anyways, but just wanted to throw it out because it in some form or fashion kind of goes with the tax rate. So I don't know if y'all want to have a conversation about that. If you have any other ideas of things that you might be willing to bond for. I did print off an example. The very back of your packet is I had, before the Sonoma Verde North and East contracts, development agreements were approved and they agreed to fix League and Edward, I had gone and gotten quotes on what it would take for us to do a bond to fix those. So this information is based off of a $4.5 million bond, because it's about $1 million a mile. You've probably heard that before at some point. I know that's been brought up in our meetings before. So $4.5 million bond. There's 6 different scenarios here. 3 different time frames. So there's 15-year, 20-year, and 25-year. There's what's called level debt structure, and there's what's called a wraparound debt structure. So essentially, scenario 1 is 15 years, level debt structure, estimated rate of 4.03. If you look at page 2 in that packet, so this is the packet that has Hilltop Securities at the bottom of it in the middle. So the first page is just a summary of the 6 different scenarios that they provided us. The second page through the 6th page are the actual breakdown of what that would look like with each of those scenarios. So if you go to, essentially you have one option where it levels out the payment over the full 15, 20, or 25 years with our existing debt. And then there's the other option, it essentially has backloads the new bond so that the existing debt, you don't have the existing debt plus the new debt all on the front end. Because we have about 10 years left on the bond for City Hall. So essentially, obviously, as you can imagine, the longer it goes out, the less it is per month, but you'll also notice that the estimated rates go up the longer it is, so you're paying more in debt over the life of the bond. This breaks it down and tells you what the new INS tax rate would be. So that goes into the property tax rate in future years, as long as this bond is active. So this goes really in depth. I'd be more than happy to sit down one-on-one to go over this with anybody that wants to. It's pretty in the weeds, so I don't necessarily want to do it in this meeting unless just everybody really wants to. But I wanted to provide it to you for an example. And then on the front page, the other thing here is it mentions the impact to a homeowner based on the assumed net home value. So what we used there, that middle number, the 565,998, that was the average home value on last year's CAD rolls. So it kind of worked out that I had them do a higher number as well, because I knew that probably the majority of our homeowners were not really at that number. And the other number that I had to add on there was 700,000, which is about what our average is now. So that tells you with each of those options what it would add to their property taxes per month to pay for that bond. There's an annual and a monthly amount. So you'll see even the shortest term, all the way on the far right. Yeah, where are you coming up with 6 and That's after interest.
Maybe I missed something. Is this a road bond scenario? Do we have an idea of the cost?
So this
is a $4 million.
This is it's a $4.5 million bond. It can be used for whatever.
Okay.
If that route was chosen, it can be used for whatever. It doesn't matter what.
Do we know yet what we're projecting on road?
This was just an example.
I'm asking like separate. Like, do we know yet what an idea on road repair cost?
We have a study that was done a little over a year ago. More than that, yeah. There's been a study, so that we would probably have to get it updated, because I don't know if it would match to these numbers. No, it probably wouldn't be enough.
Well, it would depend on what roads you were looking at. So if you look at the roads that we currently own that are not under developer commitment to be fixed, are Smith, Connie, Klutz, and part of Poland. So roughly $1 million a mile, and that's probably about 4 to 5 miles worth of road. So the $4.5 million is a pretty good estimate on what would need to be done. So it may not fix everything, but it would fix the ones that are in immediate need.
So this was done for League and Edwards, which was about 4.5 miles, which is where that number came from. So obviously you can make it bigger or smaller, and it'll have a appropriate impact on it. So I just wanted to put this in front of you guys so you're aware, so that if it's a conversation that y'all want to have down the road, you've got at least a general idea of what it would look like. This was probably done 4 or 5 months ago, probably, when you were here. Okay, so it's done this calendar year, so it's relatively current. Obviously, interest rates change. They could be totally different today than they were when I did it a few months ago. It's just like any other interest rate. So,
Are you looking for opinions on this now?
it's really more about just putting it out there. We all know, everybody said in here, roads was the number one thing. We're only going to get so far with roads with our current property tax rate. So it needs to be. If y'all want to discuss it further, by all means.
Somebody can cut me off if they want to, but we're looking at $1 million per mile, $4.5 million. That's going to repair. I'm not the brightest, sharpest tool in the shed, but that's going to repair 4.5 miles or build 4.5 miles of road. If we needed a new road, obviously the repairs will be cheaper than building roads for $1 million a mile. But you're looking at encumbering the city on one bond, the citizens, for 20 to 25 years. And so if you're looking at 25 years from now, you're looking at almost double that $4.5 million. And this money is going to get used immediately. It's going to get vaporized, and there's going to be another need that comes up. And we're going to have to get another bond and another bond and another bond. I live in California to the point where you're just buried in debt forever. And I might be convinced otherwise, but my first gut reaction to this is just we're in a bad situation now to some degree, as we discussed, and now we're going to pile more debt. We're going to pay almost twice as much as we're borrowing over the life. And I'm 62 years old. I'll be long dead before one would ever be paid off. But this money's going to vaporize. It's going to get used up, and we're going to need to borrow more and borrow more and borrow more. It's a never-ending cycle.
It absolutely is. I do not disagree with that. And one thing I did forget to mention on this is assuming another home is never built. These dollar figures, which obviously we know is not going to happen. So the net cost to a citizen would decrease every time we build a new house because it gets spread out over more people. But you are 100% correct. There's always a need, right? So it's just a matter of what need is important enough that it justifies this and what doesn't. And that's what you guys get to decide as council. I'm just here to provide the education and the information so that you can make an educated decision.
Yeah, my good friend Jerry opened up the conversation about talking about wanting to pay off the $1 million we owe in this building to eliminate that debt. We don't like carrying debt. We want to get rid of that. And so something like this is, hey, let's pile another $4.5 million that's going to turn into $6.5 million to $8.5 million. And it's just the money, it just goes such a short distance. And so just, again, I'm repeating myself. I'll stop.
What?
It goes a mile.
What were the assumptions as far as how many homes on this?
This was based off the current information that we had on last year's Rockwall CAD final report. So it's based on the number of homes that we had in the city limits and the average home value at that time.
How many homes was that?
I don't know that off the top of my head. I'll have to get that for you. I want to say it's around 1,800.
How many expected to come in this next year do we have?
We've in the next year, that's hard. We've approved, 3,000 that have not been built yet? Well, some of those have been built, but...
Correct me if I'm wrong. It's not necessarily about how many homes, but what the target valuation might be.
Correct. It is based on the valuation, not the number of homes. So our valuation to that point last year was just under $1 billion.
Yeah, but no home is being built in McLendon-Chisholm right now under 500, I wouldn't imagine, with this property value.
I would say you've got some in Sonoma Verde that they're trying to sell around that, but you've also got some in Sonoma Verde that they're trying to sell for $800,000. And outside of Sonoma Verde, I don't think you've got, correct, new build. Yeah. Outside of Sonoma Verde, I don't know that you see any. I think there's some 700,000 in Heritage. Yeah. But all the new stuff, like across the street, that's going to be $1 million plus. You know, the stuff that some of the other, I don't know necessarily what's going in Horizon Lakes. I would imagine there will be a decent range in there just based on the lot sizes that were approved there.
Heritage around City Hall is probably going to be anywhere from five to 8, maybe.
So most likely our average home value will continue to go up, although there will be some that are built for less than the current home value. Most likely that will continue to increase. Again, all assumptions on development.
And just shooting from the hip, you're asking how many houses are going to come on each year. Shooting from the hip, I'm figuring about 300 per year. And I think that's going to be low.
Stupid question, but I just don't know how these things work. Does the fire marshal need to sign off on homes being habitable? Is that why you know these numbers? Or but you do that with commercial, right?
So if we didn't approve another subdivision in this city, we probably have another close to 3,000, right? Does that sound right? That have already been approved between Horizon Lakes, Legacy.
Probably a little over that because Sonoma Verde is 1,095, Horizon's like 1,838. There's 140 across the street. There's 183 here. So you're probably in the 3,200, and that's not counting Willow Creek that hadn't come yet.
So back to, we're going to grow a lot over the next 5 to 10 years because some of these, like the Horizon Lakes, will probably take a good 10 years to build out. I know Sonoma Verde, I think, said 10 years also was their estimate. So, you know, about 100 homes in these bigger communities, 100 homes a year is not unusual if the market allows, as was brought up earlier about 2008. You never know when something like that's gonna happen and just put a complete stop to all of it. So, but like I said, my goal of this was just to give you guys some realistic numbers to see. It's y'all can decide if you want to do anything with it or not. My goal was to inform you. So I've only got, any other questions before I move on from that?
Real quick, remind me, when do we, if we can, when do we change or increase impact fees or things like that that could possibly help our situation? Like, in other words, is that a whole separate thing?
I don't think you can increase the current ones that are there.
Oh, right.
I don't think, but you could add new impact fees anytime.
Impact fees are based on expected growth in the next 10 years. So I think you have to wait 5 years before you can update them, if I remember right, but you can only project out the next 10 years. So you can't project out where we're going to be in 20 years and base your impact fee on that. I don't know that it would be advantageous.
Just to give you an example, when the road impact fee was put in place, the subdivision across the street was already approved. So it would not have applied to them. That developer came forward and said, we want it to apply to us. So anything that is not above ground today, it doesn't affect because they were all approved before the fees went into place.
I know we have a development coming up on the agenda in July. If we were to say get an impact fee in place by then, would it apply to them?
There is they are going to have to follow the roadway impact fee, which is $84.22 per lot, $8,422 per lot.
Let's just say a council member maybe wanted to bring a park impact fee.
You would have to have it in place before they presented anything.
They already presented, didn't they?
They have already presented to P&Z.
And it took us months to do the roadway impact fee study.
You're usually going to have, it's going to have to go, you're going to probably have to get a study done. You're going to have, it's not like we can just throw it on the agenda. You're going to have to, and it's going to have possibly a public hearing even maybe.
Yeah, for the roadway impact fee, we actually hired Kimley Horn to do the study, to come to us to tell us what needed to be charged per type of use. So homes are one thing, commercial, there is a large chart depending on what kind of business you own, how much you're charged, and to go forward. So it's not a quick process.
It can be done. It's just you probably wouldn't be able to have time in July if you started it now. Maybe August, September.
Yeah. I think it's still a good idea and should be looked at for future, though. I mean, if we're talking about building trails and parks, it makes sense to.
Well, if you look at some of our neighboring cities have plans like park dedication guidelines and things like that. So that's definitely out there and something that could be explored. I think Fate does. I'm almost positive Fate does. Yeah. So that's an example to look at if that's something you're interested in.
The commercial impact fee is definitely one that can apply. And then and it's, as Bev was saying, it's different categories, because I know when we opened up our business in Heath, they had us labeled wrong and it was extremely high. And then when we went to them and said, no, we're this, and they adjusted it, then it went down significantly. So it can be adjusted.
And those fees for commercial entities are based on their square footage and the type of business that's going into there. So there are some that will be very, very hefty costs or fees. And then there's some that will be, I don't want to call it negligible because that's not accurate, but much less than some of the others. So
I think there's been some legislation that's come through regarding impact fees. It didn't make it all the way through.
It was out there. It's out there to do away with it.
That was one of the ones that we were down there fighting on as well, especially for our city who just adopted it, and then they're trying to take it away. So anyone and everyone that would listen, I was there.
Just to briefly backtrack on this bond idea, would a $4.5 million bond require voter approval, or is that something we can do on our own?
there's two different types of bonds. One requires voter approval, one does not. My understanding was that this city hall was built with the one that did not require voter approval. But
So we'd be looking at, I'm in favor of fixing the roads, so nobody get me wrong. But if we're looking at raising tax rates, we were talking about that before, and the impact that's going to have on people, a $4.5 million bond is going to have significantly more impact on their taxes than the tax rate increases we're talking about.
yeah,
So if we're worried about how they feel about the one, we should be especially concerned about how they might feel about the other.
yeah.
So, yeah, roads are a huge issue. We got to do something about them. I concur. But there's a lot of moving parts here that need
Definitely
to be
some
considered.
city halls in the future if we're going to do something like that. Right?
Say again?
I said definitely.
Town halls.
Sorry, what did I say? City hall?
Yeah.
We should do town halls at the city hall.
Yeah. It's a big ask. You know, and like I said, we were debating over small increases, how they're going to feel about it. So how would they feel about this? How would we?
And that's why I wanted to bring it up as part of this conversation, because they are intertwined. While they're not technically the same thing, they really are in the end. So, all right, any other questions before we move on? All right, so next topic is additional employees. So some stuff was kind of talked about already. So we added with the ERP system that you guys approved, that added an accounting clerk as well to facilitate all of that. We've also got some of the things that I had heard previously that were also mentioned today were public works. If we were to take on a bunch of parks, we'd have to consider some sort of parks employee to mow the grass, deal with all that stuff, depending on what all was in the parks that we did. But if we were to start to take on land right now, we have a contractor that we use to basically mow the field behind City Hall and do high grass mowing when we have code compliance issues. But that's something that would, at a certain point, make more sense to bring on in-house as opposed to contract. Other than that, and when the chief had mentioned his three, if we do the EMS, the three potential new paramedics over there. Anybody have anything else that they think? I think you mentioned possibly an inspector.
Me. I'd like to talk on this. I would like to know what we're currently paying Burgess annually, or per inspection. How many inspections we're doing? Is that an amount that one inspector could handle on a workload, or if we took it on, we'd have to do two? And if so, is that more revenue that's brought in? Because personally speaking, as a contractor that does work here, McLendon-Chisholm is one of the highest areas to do work in from permitting and inspecting costs. So it wasn't surprising to see the numbers, but I'm just wondering at what point, if not now, is there a point that comes where it's like, okay, this also makes sense? I'm also, again, in favor, kind of, me and Jerry were talking, that anytime you have an inspector that works for the city, that answers to the city, and is inspecting and looking at, there's bad apples out there, but, the thought is that he's going to inspect on our standards. Currently, some of the issues with using third party that handles different cities, it depends on who comes out, what they enforce, what they're looking for. And so it can it's not as high of a standard sometimes. But anyways, I'd like to look at those numbers and see if that makes sense.
Can I just ask a stupid question? I have a lot of them. What do we inspect?
Are no stupid
what do we inspect? Is this just like new homes inspections? Is this a road inspector? What are we inspecting? So buildings, is this commercial line homes?
Yes, and it's everything. It's like if somebody wants to move into one of the buildings downtown that's a rental property, they do an inspection to make sure it's up to code for what they want to do. They come and get a permit from us and pay for an inspection for that. It can be insurance inspections. It can be new home, new commercial construction. Inspections is a big area. So in answer to your question, can it be one person? Doubtful.
Right.
Because you won't find one person that is licensed in every trade that we inspect for.
What is the area that we need the most to cover as far as inspections?
If we're going to be taking on roads, I want to know that we have somebody on the city's behalf that's inspecting these before we take them on. That's a big one for me.
We
but-
currently have a contract with a company called SBI Engineering that does all the inspection on our new roads going in and or overseas repairs.
And they just got selected.
Last year,
Last year.
or this year, or last year.
So what is Burgess inspecting? They're doing
Construction, all new construction,
commercial and residential?
correct.
And remodels, yeah. And I have my stories with that.
But we should be able to have one inspector cover the Burgess currently inspects. I mean, an inspector you should have a commercial and a residential. Again, I mean, if it takes two people, I just want to like to see the numbers and see, okay, can we easily afford two people and still make the money that we're making? I don't know how much we're even paying out to Burgess is, I guess, what I'm saying.
So can I weigh in on this real quick?
Right, but that's all going to Burgess?
No,
No, is part of that
Not
SBI
100%.
too?
No, that SBI would not go
Would not be in
that
there.
category.
That's
No,
just Burgess's fees, right?
That's primarily Burgess
Yeah.
that's in there. That's the one we budgeted just under $1 million. We pay the average, we cut a check to them every week, to Burgess. I want to say that the majority of the time it's somewhere between $5,500 and $6,000 most weeks. We collect those fees from the builder. Yes. The builders pay us, we then turn around and...
Right, but in my mind, if the average inspector salary is 65 to 75, and that's on an experienced inspector, doesn't the numbers make sense that we... And that's with benefits. Huh? Right.
So
65 to 75?
yeah, you're... All right, so real quick, talking about the building inspectors, Bev kind of brought this up. You're talking about a massive oversimplification of this. You've got HVAC inspectors, you've got plumbing inspectors, you've got energy inspectors, framing inspectors. I mean, you could literally take this thing and have 30 subject matter experts to inspect just HVAC. Typically, HVAC and plumbing can be tied together. Electrical can't be tied with pretty much anything else. So what you're looking for is a retired general contractor that has been around this forever, that does not want to get into city government. But you also run into the same issue with, I agree, bring everything we can off of contract under our roof, but you're also looking at the same situation like I was talking about with permit fees drying up. If we were to take this in-house right now and take it away from Burgess, who has sections of their office for different services, for different utilities, if we were to bring it in right now, I would say conservatively we need at least 4 people to do it and to do the volume that we have. And in 5 years, that volume's going to dry up. If you go to like Garland, Plano, Allen, places like that have massive building departments, they also have a lot of turnover of remodels, of businesses, like your white boxes and stuff like that, or your build-to-suits. You have a business that goes in for 2 or 3 years, they fold shop, and now you're doing an inspection on a new business coming in. We don't have the turnover like that here. So I'm afraid if we jump into this, we're going to be hiring 4 or 5 people to save off of a contract amount, which is already a pass-through. It's not costing the city anything. And then in 5 years, you have 5 people that you don't know what to do with.
And where do we house them? Where do we house them?
Mayor's office for sure. It's the most spacious. Okay, I mean, no, that's good information. I just know that from personal experience, like, I don't know if you know Rusty over in Rockwall. I've dealt with Rusty with commercial, residential, covered structures. I mean, you name it, there wasn't a situation that he wasn't certified to inspect. I'm not dealing with a separate inspector when I'm going on these different projects, so Maybe or maybe not. But yeah, if it doesn't make sense personnel-wise, I just see a huge budget. And maybe it's just simply that maybe that there's some oversight in whoever we're using third party for inspection. Because right now, personally, and talking to other contractors that do work in our city, there is an issue with consistency with who we currently use. And it's because whoever they send out, and they have a team, and they deal with multiple cities. So maybe it's an issue of we need to have some city oversight, making sure they're doing their job, or simply hold them accountable. Maybe it's as simple as that.
I'll just say I've had some experiences with Burgess on a remodel that I found weird, because we were having some electrical work done, so they wanted us to send them a copy of the electrical code for the city of McLendon-Chisholm. We contract with them. They should already have that.
It's the International Electric Code for whatever year.
And that's what it was.
That's an odd
There's a
question.
3-sentence deal saying it's this.
I'll go look up and I can send it out. But we've been asked for some wild things that when I actually went down up the ladder, it was misuse of terms, or this inspector calls it this, but he really meant this, and it's just one of those that I would like somebody either to, again, oversee and make sure they're doing what McLendon-Chisholm wants, or maybe a company that's not so busy that can handle the load that we're asking for now.
In-house building official.
Jeff, what did you say the
Typically, cities don't adopt the codes until they're out several years to make sure we have all the COG amendments, which is why we just adopted the 21 codes, because we wait for all the COG amendments to come out. And that has been that way with every building inspector the city's ever had. And believe me, I've been through many. You just always wait to do that. So if it was a misasked question, that's human things you can't control.
All your concerns, Eric, are duly noted. I concur about the oversight of them and make sure that they're inspecting everything and passing everything to our standards. Super important. You said that the monthly budget, was it monthly or weekly, $6,000? Weekly. Okay, so that comes out to 300,000 and change?
Give or take a little bit, yep.
Thank you.
Just thought, maybe an inspection firm, if they're not holding up the standards that we have. There may not be the reason to go out and do our own, but find somebody who's going to sit to the standards that we have. And do we have standards for these firms and expectations? It sounds like we have two people that have been in the community and dealt with them, and it sounds like they're poor.
I've worked with several cities in Rockwell County now, and I will be honest, Burgess is probably one of the top-notch when it comes to contract building officials, building inspectors. If they're not one, they're number two. And I've worked with many of them in different cities in the fire marshal's office and all that. And Burgess, it's never going to be perfect. I guarantee if we even hire in-house inspectors, it's not going to be perfect. They've got experience in other areas. They may be strong in making sure form boards they have different little just they stick to. But I will vouch for Burgess. When we got them, we were lucky. Now, you have some issues, granted, but they have been great to work with. And
I'll echo the meetings that I have had where I've sat with Burgess on issues. They've actually been, in my experience from the city side, I've never experienced with them from a contractor or contractor, and I haven't done a renovation.
And they're great snake killers.
Yeah. So so if we generalize this with everything, because it seems like we third party almost everything, who is our oversight? Who is our person that makes sure that they're fulfilling their contracts in every facet? Who's the go-to if I'm like, hey, okay, Okay, no, that's fair enough. I just want to know in the future when it's like, oh, it's so and so, it's so and so. Is there somebody that can pick up the phone and call and say,
Well,
hey,
I'll say this: Bev Stevens is, or whoever the city manager is,
Right.
that is they are doing that. But with this particular staff, you have Eddie, who is very knowledgeable on a lot of the, I don't even know what they're called, codes and stuff that he does. So when the staff meets, which they meet, I think, twice a month, if not more, they bounce all these off, and I can assure you, I know Burgess has talked about in there. I mean, Jeff has input, so the oversight at the end of the day falls on Bev, but she gets great input from the chief squared and Jeff.
You could eventually hire a billing official as the city grows, to where that billing official oversees that contract, and that would be the one to hold their feet to the fire, to where the city manager doesn't have to do that, because growth is coming.
And Burgess has been great when there have been issues come up. I mean, they won't take a step if they think it's going to be something different. I mean, I'll give you a classic example. We had a multi-million-dollar home in Mira Vista that poured their foundation without an inspection. And they immediately called me and said, what do you want me to do? So we shut it down totally until we could get with our attorney and Burgess and figure out what the next step was going to be. Because I'm going to tell you, my first response was, tear it up. I don't care. Start over. We worked through a compromise to make sure that that homeowner was protected going forward, because it could be a major, major issue. And Burgess was great about reaching out and just shutting everything down and working with us on plausible solutions without a jackhammer.
Just to let everybody know, is we are at the 1 o'clock hour. Does not mean we have to end at 1 o'clock, but we were a 9 to 1 on this.
I just have one more thing on the agenda. We're going to make you guys aware that for trash and sewer fees, we are billed from the city of Rockwall for sewer. We are billed from CWD for trash, and then we turn around and bill our residents. So if our residents don't pay, we are on the hook for that. As of the most recent bill from Infomark, we are about $95,000 in arrears. So it's almost $100,000 that the city is eaten, if you will, at this point. The city cannot, and I wish Hollow was here for this because I really want to have a conversation with him about this. The city cannot put a lien on a property owner for utilities. It's not, the state of Texas doesn't allow it. However, there are some solutions out there. So from what I've researched, there's two things that I've seen other cities do. One is shut off their water. Most people, if they don't have water, will find a way to pay a bill or get on a payment plan immediately. We obviously don't control the water. We do have an agreement with RCH in Sonoma Verde, I believe, that they would, although it's never been enforced. But that would be one option, is to make an agreement with our water providers to help with that. The other option, I came across an article and kind of researching this not long ago. There's a city out there that basically charged a 30% fee for anyone that was aged more than a certain number of days. So say 120 days past due, they assess a 30% fee. They contracted it out with a collections company who would go after those people. The collections company would keep the 30% fee, and the city would get the full amount due to them. So it's a way to, it's just another option. So given that it's such a large sum of money, I think it's a conversation that needs to be had. I don't know what the right decision is. Again, that's kind of for you guys to decide if you want to deal with this at all, or if you want to continue to research and see if we can come up with some other options. But it's such a large sum of money for our size budget that I didn't want today to pass without it being brought up.
It is a combination of trash and sewer. So it's not just Sonoma Verde residents that aren't paying. We actually did, Jeff and I and Mark split the city up on the trash, people that were past due, and on trash day, we drove the city to see if there were trash cans out, if they were actually using the service, and we did our homework on that. We did find some that the houses were empty. CWD's, Infomark's billing them for trash, and CWD's not picking anything up. So we cleaned it up a little bit. but this is a combination of sewer and trash bills.
And you have some people that literally haven't paid. I mean, there are residences that are $4,000 and $5,000 past due. So, like most things, 80% of that 95,000 is 20% of the people that are past due. It's a small chunk that carry the majority of that burden.
Can they be sued in small claims court? Is that even a possibility for us?
I don't believe that we can go after them legally for utilities. So that's why I think it's a good conversation for us to have with Hala. Part of the reason I wanted to bring it up in here.
Yeah, we can maybe just, since this is a legal question with some stuff, we can maybe just put it as a discussion item in an executive session just to get everybody's questions answered in the back and get more what direction we need to go.
Is this the cleaned up number?
Do y'all want me to put that on the next agenda where we can just discuss that?
Yes. Bev, is this
that way you can get it more dived in.
94,000, the cleaned up number?
No, that is before we did our little audit. But it's,
And
our audit.
the cleanup is negligible.
Yeah.
Cleanup might have been $1,000.
But one of the things that we're trying to do is Infomark bills us for every connection, for every account.
Yeah.
So we want to make sure that we're not being billed for people that aren't using the service as well. So that's part of what we were looking at.
When I moved in, I remember I went like 5 or 6 months before I realized that sewer was even billed separately in this city. And then I was like, because I remember somebody posted like, yeah, where do we pay our sewer bill? And I was like, a sewer bill? And so I don't know that. So I think if we could, and maybe we'll talk about this more, but maybe if we can do a step-by-step, like we send a letter, we call, maybe we do a house check, and we say, hey, are you aware? Because if this number is people that just aren't responding, then for sure, because I obviously don't want to put people in a bad situation. Or like, man, we really can't. But at the same time, I mean, you got to pay your bills. But if they reach out, they get on a payment plan, that's cool. But if they're just not responding, and then I'm not as opposed to cutting water to get their attention.
And Infomark does have a process that they go through for that. Part of the issue, and we've heard similar to your story, I didn't even realize that this bill was coming. Unfortunately, it doesn't come from the city. It comes from Infomark and their bills. We've cleaned it up to try to get it to look more like it comes from the city, but it doesn't.
The return address now says Infomark City of McLendon-Chisholm, but it's still, people, if they don't know what it is, they don't pay attention. It's like junk.
And this is part of the bringing billing in-house makes that easier. It gives us more clear line of sight with it. And that's coming, but it's not. But it doesn't fix what we're in arrears right now. And unfortunately, if these people move, we may never find them again. And whatever they owed us is just out there forever. I don't know if they provide. I don't know what they provide to Infomark when they sign up with their account. A lot of these people signed up before Infomark even took over the billing, so they were with CWD or I guess all the sewer's always been with Infomark, I believe. But so I don't know if we even have a Social Security number to go after or anything down the road.
It was first with a company called Severn Grant. If I remember right, back in the beginning.
Yeah. So the fear is if these people move out, our chances of collecting this money go down even further. And my goal in this is how can we protect as much of that money and get as much of that money back as possible.
We'll put it on the
bill stay with the property.
We'll put it on the agenda, and we'll have that discussion with that way we can get our legal feedback. I mean, we're not going to make a decision on it, obviously, without legal advice. So I'll just say we table this conversation to executive session on the agenda.
Eric just held up a piece of paper that reminded me, for you new guys, we gave you a copy of the 2024 TML handbook. They do not issue a new one every year. That is the most recent one. You will probably also get something similar at your training at the conference, but I wanted you guys to go ahead.
Does anybody have anything before I close this out? It is 1:06 time, and we are closed out, adjourned.